isn't working for them. If confirmed, we expect you to work with Attorney General Pam Bondi to fulfill her promise to turn things around. Mr. Sauer, you're particularly well qualified to serve as the nation's chief appellate lawyer. You started your career clerking for Justice Scalia, a legal giant, as we know. Justice Scalia spent his life teaching lawyers to faithfully interpret the Constitution and laws according to original meaning. I have no doubt that you learned this lesson very well. After clerking and a stint in private practice, you left D.C. behind to go home and serve as Assistant United States Attorney in Missouri. You worked diligently to prosecute criminals and keep the community safe. In 2017, you joined the Missouri Attorney General's office as a Solicitor General, where you served under two members of this committee, Senators Hawley and Schmidt. Serving as the state's chief appellate officer during the COVID pandemic and across two presidential administrations, you undoubtedly prepared you well for the role that you'll walk into after confirmation. There's a lot of work to be done defending our nation's laws, and it seems like you're well prepared. Ms. Dhillon, you're one of the nation's foremost experts on civil rights. Your journey started a long ways from here. When your family emigrated from India, you went to Dartmouth at a very young age of 16, I'm told, and then went to law school at the University of Virginia. Throughout your career, you never shied away from unpopular but just causes. You served as director of an ACLU chapter after 9/11, a group many on my side are often skeptical of. You also started your own law firm and founded a nonprofit. You've litigated some of the most important cases on free speech, religious liberty, voting rights, and discrimination. Discrimination is wrong. Common sense ought to tell us that. Our Constitution and our civil rights laws do not tolerate determination on the basis of race, as the Supreme Court recently said in Students for Fair Admissions. Unfortunately, the previous administration not only allowed discrimination to take place, but openly encouraged it under the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion. That administration imposed a nationwide regime of discrimination, and the Civil Rights Division completely failed to enforce our nation's laws. Our President Trump has put an end to this, and if confirmed, I know that you will work to help him execute his promise. Americans don't pick winners and losers based on color of skin, sex, or the name of their God. Ms. Dhillon, you fought for everyone to be treated equally. You fought against colleges shutting down free speech for political reasons, against states restricting freedom of religion, and against big tech companies engaged in censorship. You've won many victories defending freedom and our constitutional rights, and if confirmed, we'll need your continued leadership to protect the civil rights of all Americans. Our side of the aisle doesn't spend much time talking about people's personal characteristics. We care about character and we care about merit. But in addition to your qualifications, your backgrounds make you particularly suited to return the Justice Department to its proper role of enforcing our civil rights laws and ending discrimination. You're an immigrant, a religious minority, a woman, a business owner, a civil rights leader, an accomplished lawyer, and I've learned that also you do a lot of knitting. You're an example of what is great about America. Mr. Reitz, I'm to you now. You have an impressive and dedicated career of service to our country. You attended the College of Texas A&M University on an ROT scholarship and honorably served our country as a Marine, including tour in Afghanistan. Upon your return from Afghanistan, you attended law school, University of Texas, where you excelled. After a time in private practice, you decided to serve your country again. You clerked for the now Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court. Then you ran for a seat in the Texas House of Representatives and campaigned on issues you believed in. You continued gaining legal experience during this time in private practice. You eventually joined the office of the Attorney General of Texas as Deputy Attorney General for Legal Strategy. In that role, you were involved in some of the office's most impactful litigation during the Biden administration. You fought to secure the border, to hold big tech accountable, to protect integrity at the ballot box, and to promote conservative social values. Today, you continue to serve Texas and your country as a member of Senator Cruz's staff. You're currently his chief of staff, and I think I won't offend my colleagues when I say that this is no easy job. This is particularly true because you continue to serve in the Marine Corps Reserve, where you actively drill with your unit and hold the rank of major. Your relentless work ethic and love of country are obvious. In short, for all three of you, these nominees before us have impressive careers and life stories, and I'll look forward to hearing from them today. Now, Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley. I'm going to make a brief opening statement here, and it relates to an issue which is very personal to me and to some members on the dais here. You are gathered in this room today for an important hearing of the Senate Judiciary Committee. When you entered this complex, you were protected from the first step you took until this moment by the Capitol Police. These are men and women, some in uniform, some not, who are risking their lives to keep you and me safe. We should never, ever take that for granted. Those of us who were witness to the January 6th riot here in the Capitol have an experience we'll never forget. You've seen it. You can't miss the videos that have been played over and over again. As a result of that riot on January 6th, 4 police officers died, over 140 were assaulted, 1,600 people were arrested and convicted of crimes that day. For those of us who witnessed that occurrence, we know what was at the heart of it. It was an attempt by a mob to take control of the Capitol while we went through the constitutional exercise of counting electoral votes. It could have been worse, I guess. But to think that we had that happen in the United States Capitol is almost unthinkable. Imagine if you just heard the news that the House of Commons in Parliament in London had the door broken down and been overrun by a mob. You would have said to yourself, well, that's impossible. Not in London, not in England. For goodness sakes, it couldn't happen. It happened here, and we lived it. We ended up postponing the session of the Senate and the House to complete the constitutional duty until later in the evening, and we cleared these rioters out of the Capitol. I tell you that because the president recently announced that they weren't, in fact, guilty of any crime. They were being assaulted. Assaulted by whom? By the Capitol Police? By the National Guard that was here? That's an incredible statement, and it's on its face patently false and insulting to the men and women who protect us every single day. The bottom line is they're not stopping now that they've been released by President Trump's pardon. They're not stopping in their assault on the Capitol. They are now revisiting the Capitol, holding press conferences, harassing the men and women in uniform who protect us here every single day. This has got to come to an end. Democrats and Republicans have to stand up for the men and women who are risking their lives to keep us safe every day. And to say to these people who were pardoned by President Trump, please take your press conferences someplace else. We don't want them here in this Capitol. I think it's essential that we move in that direction and do it quickly. If we care for these men and women, it's time we speak out against this insulting, harassing conduct when it relates to Capitol policemen. Let me also say that I'm concerned, as I have been in the past, that we are seeing some transformation of law enforcement in this country that most people don't imagine. There was a time when the Federal Bureau of Investigation had one political appointee. For 50 years, the director was the only political appointee, given a 10-year term and expected to be at least mindful of his or her responsibility under the Constitution. The choice that was made by this committee and the Senate and ratified by the President has now put a new person in charge, Mr. Patel. Mr. Patel is proceeding with this effort to cleanse the ranks of the FBI of people who could shown any conduct in the past disloyal to Donald Trump. Honest to goodness. That's the first time in history we've gone through this. And to think that we're going to see a politically loyal ranking in the Federal Bureau of Investigations is an embarrassment to this nation. And it's hard to imagine that's happening. Sadly, we're seeing the same thing happening in the military. I don't think that's going to be good for this country at all. Those ranks should be apolitical, top to bottom. And I think we've got to work hard to make that happen. I'll be asking these witnesses what their responsibilities are and their reaction is to my statement. I yield.
Thank you. Now we go to Senator Lee for introduction.
Thank you so much, Chairman Grassley, and Ranking Member Durbin, and to all of my colleagues. It really is an honor to introduce Harmeet Dhillon, who's been nominated by President Trump to serve as the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division. If confirmed, she will serve every American with integrity and dedication. Harmeet is a fearless, longtime defender of constitutional rights with decades of litigation experience in civil rights advocacy. She's taken on some of the toughest cases, those that many others feared, standing up for the forgotten and holding power to account at every step. Her journey is one of perseverance. When Harmeet was 2 years old, her family emigrated from Punjab, India. By the age of 16, she was attending Dartmouth College, followed by law school at the University of Virginia, where she excelled in every way. After clerking on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, Harmeet gained invaluable experience at top law firms before soon going on to found her own incredibly successful practice. As the founder of the Dhillon Law Group, she's one of the nation's most respected attorneys, known for her unwavering commitment to justice, to free speech, civil rights, and election integrity. She litigates complex cases with precision and takes on powerful institutions with fearless dedication to her clients. Harmeet's championed government accountability, election integrity, and civil liberties. Her 3 years on the ACLU board demonstrate her dedication to principle over partisanship. Judges routinely commend her for her meticulous courtroom strategy. Colleagues admire her tenacity, and even adversaries can't help but admire her resolve and professionalism. Additionally, she's been a beacon of hope for a number of persecuted communities. As a true leader in the Sikh community, she's fought against post-9/11 discrimination and religious intolerance, ensuring that no one is denied their basic rights based on their faith, their background, their appearance. Harmeet's career embodies principle over politics, whether challenging unconstitutional laws, holding institutions accountable, or fighting for fair elections. She leads with integrity, fearlessness, and an unshakable belief in the rule of law and the importance of sticking with the Constitution. Harmeet Dhillon truly is an inspiration. She embodies the traits and the characteristics that are needed to help her succeed in this new role to which she's been appointed. Her career reflects conviction and the relentless, unapologetic pursuit of justice, no matter the cost. I urge every member of this committee to support her, and I look forward to voting for her enthusiastically on the Senate floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And now we go to Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to introduce to this committee my friend Aaron Reitz. Aaron has been nominated to be the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Policy at the Department of Justice. As Chairman Grassley observed, he is currently my Chief of Staff and has the virtually impossible job of keeping me out of trouble. In that regard, he has failed spectacularly. But it may not be possible to succeed, and so he is fleeing instead to the Department of Justice, where I have absolute confidence that he will diligently and vigilantly defend the rule of law at the Department of Justice. Before I get into Aaron's professional background, I want to note that he's here with his beautiful wife Meredith, with two of his 4 kids. So William and Caroline are both sitting behind their dad. And at home, Cecilia and Georgia, the younger ones, I'm sure are watching on TV unless they've fallen asleep or are doing something else that has distracted them. I want to take a minute just to walk through Aaron's career because he has excelled at everything he has put his hand to. He went to Texas A&M. He is a proud Aggie. His wife, Meredith, both he and Meredith are from San Antonio. She went to the University of Texas, so they are a divided household, and yet a happy one, and somehow they managed to work through the return to the A&M Texas football game that occurred this year. He went on to serve as an officer in the Marine Corps. He spent 5 years in active duty, deployed to the Helmand province of Afghanistan, where he was embedded with the Afghan National Army, leading logistical operations in one of the most dangerous regions of the world. To this day, he remains in the Marine Corps Reserve, where he holds the rank of major. He left active duty, went to the University of Texas at Austin, where he served as president of the Federalist Society and editor-in-chief of the Texas Review of Law and Politics. After that, he went into private practice and then clerked on the Texas Supreme Court. And then he returned to public service, going to the Texas Attorney General's office, where he was the Deputy Attorney General for Legal Strategy. And in that role, he was the driving force in many of the most consequential legal battles for my home state. For the last 2 years, he's been my chief of staff, and he's demonstrated a terrific ability to, number one, fight for my legislative agenda, including efforts to secure the border, to protect children from online harm, to grow our economy, and to bring justice to victims of violent crime. He also has earned the respect of his colleagues, the chiefs of staff of each of us around this dais. He has worked well both with Republicans and Democrats. He has brought people together behind a shared mission. And he now has been nominated to lead OLP at the Department of Justice. And I have every confidence that he will do that job with great distinction. And he will serve as a critical right hand to Attorney General Pam Bondi. And I'm proud to introduce Aaron, and I would encourage all of you to vote to confirm him.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's my privilege to introduce John Sauer, my friend, my former colleague, who has been nominated for the position of Solicitor General of the United States. I've known John for years and years now. He is a proud Missourian, going back many generations. John's career has already been incredibly distinguished, and the chairman mentioned some of his accolades. Let me just walk through a few of them, beginning with his education. He's a Bachelor of Science degree from Duke University. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He has an MA from the University of Notre Dame and a JD from Senator Cruz's law school. We'll try not to hold any of that against him.
I apologize for that.
After graduating and completing his education, he clerked for Judge Michael Ludick of the Fourth Circuit, and then for, as the chairman mentioned, for the great Antonin Scalia, who I continue to believe is the most influential Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the 20th century. And he served there with distinction. John then came back to his native St. Louis and was for 5 years a federal prosecutor, where he prosecuted violent crimes, white-collar crimes, and more. And then he briefly, in between that and joining the Missouri Attorney General's office, he founded a small litigation firm where he represented all manner of clients. And then our paths really began to intersect in 2017. I was elected Attorney General of the state of Missouri, and the Missouri Attorney General's office at that time did not have an office of the Solicitor General. And I thought it was important to create one given the volume of appellate cases that we were facing. And I couldn't think of anybody better of all the attorneys that I'd had the privilege of working with than John. So I remember I went to John, and this may say something about my recruiting habits. You'll like this, Senator Kennedy. I went to John and we met at a Cracker Barrel. And we sat down at a Cracker Barrel and over chicken fried steak, I said to him, John, you have the ability and the record to be Solicitor General of the United States, but would you at least consider coming to be Solicitor General of the state of Missouri? And to my great delight, and I think to the great benefit of the state of Missouri, he said yes and served as my Solicitor General for 2 years and also as my first assistant in the office, overseeing all of our criminal and civil litigation, including record numbers of criminal convictions, as well as an astounding win rate in the appellate courts. He's argued multiple times in the federal courts, the United States Supreme Court, of course, the Missouri courts, and handled all of that with the greatest of aplomb and professionalism. He went on to serve for a number of years, another 4 years, I believe, with my successor and now my good friend and colleague, Senator Schmidt, who will say more about that in a moment. But that reminds me, John, here's an opportunity to prepare for your first question. I'll just give it to you now so you can think about it. Which of the attorneys general on this dais was your favorite, and why is it me? So you can be thinking on that. John has served his state with the greatest of distinctions. He has served his country with the greatest of distinctions. I do not know a better lawyer in private practice, in public practice, federal prosecutor, name it, go down the line. I do not know a better lawyer in this country than John Sauer. I'm delighted to see him here today, and I'm delighted to support your nomination. I urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
Senator Schmidt.
Only because of seniority did you get to ask that question first. It was coming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor and privilege to introduce the smartest lawyer I've ever met, President Trump's nominee to be Solicitor General of the United States, and my former Solicitor General of Missouri, John Sauer. A born and raised Missourian, John is a man of deep personal faith, a fellow Catholic, a devoted husband to his wife, Anne, and father to his 5 children. As a young man, John ventured east to attend Duke, Oxford as a Rhodes Scholar, Notre Dame, Harvard Law School, I mentioned it. After graduating magna cum laude from Harvard Law, John clerked for Judge Michael Ludig, as Senator Hawley mentioned, and the late, great Justice Antonin Scalia. After clerking for Justice Scalia, he worked at Cooper & Kirk, one of the nation's most influential law firms, was a federal prosecutor in the Eastern District of Missouri, and started his own law firm. During my time as Attorney General of Missouri, John was my Solicitor General. As Solicitor General of Missouri, John's performance was nothing short of exemplary. He demonstrated the ability to win on behalf of the American people. John is a home run choice to be our nation's Solicitor General. John possesses a very rare combination of brilliance, unparalleled work ethic, and humility. I don't know of many people who combine all 3 of those traits, but John certainly does. As my Solicitor General, he defended the God-given rights of not just Missourians, but of all Americans, litigating numerous cases during the COVID era, helping the office beat back the authoritarian forces who were seeking to shut down the United States of America, impose mass mandates on young children, and make Americans choose whether to take a vaccine or their livelihoods. He also helped hold the People's Republic of China accountable for their actions during COVID-19. He helped the office take on big tech giants who, in an unholy alliance with the Biden administration, colluded to censor and silence dissent in our country. Missouri versus Biden, later Murphy versus Missouri, stands as one of the most important First Amendment cases in our nation's history. Together, we brought the student loan debt forgiveness case and won at the Supreme Court. He has defended the unborn, the rule of law, our Constitution, and for the last few years has been President Trump's legal champion while the president defended himself from the most weaponized and politicized prosecutorial onslaughts in American history. So now, and once again, he is called to venture back east, this time by President Trump, to be our Solicitor General of the United States. As Solicitor General, John will be the nation's chief courtroom advocate for the high-stakes, high-profile cases that will arise over the years to come in that courtroom. He will be the man in the legal arena, arguing before the Supreme Court on the most important cases that come before it. He will be the people's and the Constitution's legal champion. His professional track record demonstrates the skill and aptitude to win these most important cases. On a personal note, I can think of no one I trust more to do the right thing every single time. He is a man of great virtue. I can personally attest to his prudence, fortitude, and temperance as well. He is honest, hardworking, and as I said earlier, quite simply, the smartest lawyer I've ever known. I can think of no one better suited to fight for justice on behalf of the people of the United States in the biggest courtroom in the country. I urge my colleagues to support his nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now, would you please, 3 of you, stand and take this oath? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? let the record show that they all responded. Now be seated, please, and then you can give your opening statements, Mr. Sauer, Mr. Reitz, and Ms. Dhillon, and you have an opportunity to introduce family and friends if you want to. Please go ahead, Mr. Sauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senators Hawley and Schmidt, for those kind introductions, which I'm not sure I fully deserve. Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin, thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. Thank you to the committee members for taking the time to meet with me and to discuss the thoughts and concerns about the challenges facing our nation. If I'm confirmed, I will look forward to working together with you in Attorney General Bondi's administration to address these challenges. Today, I have so many other people to thank. First and foremost, I offer my humble thanks to President Trump for this nomination and the great vote of confidence that it reflects. This nomination and the privilege of representing President Trump over the past 2 years have been the greatest honors of my professional life. Next, I express my deep gratitude to my former bosses, Senator Hawley and Senator Schmidt, both of whom I love and adore equally, for giving me the opportunity to serve as the Solicitor General of the great state of Missouri. Senators, your leadership and mentorship in that office has meant the world to me. In addition, I thank my family and friends, many present here today, for their unswerving love and support throughout this process. Without that support, I could never have arrived at this moment today. Indeed, as I sit here today, I marvel at how the American dream could take a kid from the Midwestern heartland and give him the opportunity to sit before this august committee and address some of the greatest legal challenges facing our nation. In my legal career, I have been blessed with a long string of amazing opportunities. Each of these drove home to me in a unique way the importance of fidelity to the Constitution and to the rule of law. For example, as the chairman mentioned, shortly after law school, I had the privilege of clerking for Justice Antonin Scalia of the United States Supreme Court. Justice Scalia was one of the greatest defenders of the Constitution and the rule of law in our nation's history, and his example has inspired my entire career. His insistence on fidelity to the original public meaning of the Constitution and the plain and ordinary meaning of statutes have provided the guideposts to my approach to legal analysis ever since. Not long after that, I received the opportunity to serve in the U.S. Department of Justice as an Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Missouri, where I prosecuted violent crimes and white-collar crimes, among other matters. In this role, I was inspired by the Department of Justice's commitment to the principle of equal justice under law. I'll always remember the presentation I received from a gray-haired veteran of the department explaining the motto on DOJ's seal, Qui pro domina justitia sequitur, those who sue on behalf of the Lady Justice. A few years later, I was blessed with the opportunity to serve as the Solicitor General of the greatest state in the Union, Missouri, under the leadership of two great public servants. In this role, I was called upon to resist the overreaches of the federal government that trampled the fundamental rights of ordinary American citizens. I began to see, as our founders did, that fidelity to the Constitution and the rule of law require constant vigilance and struggle. Then, during the most recent 2 years, I've had the great honor to represent President Trump in fighting back against the politically motivated prosecutions and lawfare campaigns against him. To me, these cases reflected a profound and dangerous perversion of the ideals of the Department of Justice, where I had proudly served as a young prosecutor. They manifested the weaponization of the federal government at its worst in an unconstitutional attempt to interfere with the 2024 presidential election by trying to prosecute and imprison the sitting president's main political opponent. I learned that fighting for the Constitution and the rule of law requires courage, perseverance, and sacrifice. Fortunately, that lawfare campaign failed, and President Trump was reelected in a historic landslide. In his inaugural address, President Trump promised that the scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end, and never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Instead, President Trump pledged that we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. If I'm confirmed by the Senate, I pledge to work with Attorney General Bondi and her administration to support and achieve President Trump's vision of fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reitz.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin, for convening this hearing and for providing my fellow nominees and me the opportunity to participate in the Senate's essential and time-honored advice and consent role under the Constitution. The predominant feeling I have sitting here today is gratitude. And because of that, I want to say thank you to several people. Thank you to each of the individual members of this committee, both Republican and Democrat, as well as their staffs, for taking time to visit with me over the past couple of weeks. As I hope I made clear during those meetings, it's my goal to earn your support. Thank you to my boss, Senator Cruz, not only for your very kind introduction, but for your past 2 years of mentorship while I've served as your Chief of Staff. You've shown me not only how to be a fierce defender of the Constitution and the rule of law, but also how to work with a wide diversity of people with different perspectives on both sides of the aisle to serve the American people. Thank you to my family for supporting me and having my back. Today we have with us my wife of 16 years, Meredith. We've known each other since we were 12, and I was reminded while preparing the paperwork for this hearing how much we've been through together. Moves, careers, deployments, kids, one public service pay cut after another, and now this new adventure, a hopeful opportunity to serve at the Justice Department. I love and appreciate you. We also have 2 of our 4 children here, William, my oldest, who was born while I was in Afghanistan, and his younger sister, Caroline. Back at home in Texas are our 2 littler ones, Cecilia and Georgia, who Meredith and I decided would be just a bit too squirmy for a Judiciary Committee hearing. Also at home are my parents, Donna and Paul. My father is undergoing surgery on Friday for kidney cancer, and we lift him up in prayer. Thank you to those who have had an outsized influence in developing me professionally over the years. My 1st Marine Corps Battalion Commander Bill Vivian and Company Commander Isaac Moore, Law School Deans Ward Farnsworth and Bobby Chesney, now Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court Jimmy Blacklock, who I clerked for, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, and of course Senator Cruz. Thank you to Attorney General Pam Bondi for answering the call to serve as our nation's Attorney General. She's been in office for only a few weeks and yet is already making historic strides to restore law and order and to increase the American people's confidence in our justice system. I am honored to be considered to serve under her. Lastly, and most of all, thank you to President Trump for entrusting me to lead the Office of Legal Policy. President Trump cast a vision for accountability, transparency, integrity, and devotion to the Constitution that inspired millions of Americans to overwhelmingly vote him into the White House. I look forward to doing my small part to carry out that vision at OLP under his and Attorney General Bondi's leadership. The Office of Legal Policy has a broad mission. It plays an important role in advising the Attorney General on legal policy, coordinating the department's regulatory review process, and assisting the White House and Senate with judicial nominees. In each of these missions, I commit to the Senate the following. With respect to legal policy, you can expect me to pursue the President's and the Attorney General's agenda with energy, impartiality, independent thinking, and faithfulness to the Constitution and all federal laws. With respect to regulatory law, you can expect me to closely coordinate with executive branch rulemaking authorities to ensure the department is effectively and efficiently pursuing justice for all. And with respect to judges, you can expect me to faithfully assist the President identify, vet, and process his judicial nominees. This necessarily means working collaboratively with the Judiciary Committee as well as individual home state senators. Lastly, in all things, the Senate, the President, and the American people have my absolute commitment to excellence, fairness, integrity, blind justice, the observance of the best legal practices, and adherence to the highest standards of conduct and ethics. Thank you again to the committee for considering my nomination. I look forward to answering your questions and hopefully earning your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reitz. Now, Mrs. Dhillon.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, I would like to thank all of you for this opportunity to respond to your questions. And thank you to Senator Lee for his very kind introduction of me. I'm grateful for the time that many committee members have taken to meet or speak with me before this hearing, and I have valued hearing their concerns and ideas about the Civil Rights Division. I thank President Trump for nominating me to this important position. He knows all too well how the Department of Justice may be weaponized for the wrong ends, for political persecution, for payback, for punishing protected speech and ideas. As his lawyer for several years, I too am keenly aware of how quickly justice may become unjust. I also want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi for her inspiring leadership and her trust in me. I am deeply honored to be joined by members of my immediate family here today. My mother, Parminder, my brother, Mandeep Singh Dhillon, and two of his children, Theg Zorawar Singh and Hazuri Kaur Dhillon, and other dear, near family members. With me in spirit, as well as my husband, Sarjeet, who passed away last summer and who supported me in every way. Many friends have come from around the country to support me as well, and I'm so grateful. I owe everything I have in this world to God and to my family. My parents brought Mandeep and I to the Bronx, New York, where Dad finished his medical residency, then to rural Smithfield, North Carolina, where his simple goal was to raise his family in a small town with traditional values, practice orthopedics, play a little tennis, and enjoy the American dream. When we moved to Smithfield in 1975, there was a sign on the highway as you entered town that said, "The United Klans of America welcome visitors to Smithfield." My parents didn't know what the Klan was when they moved to Smithfield. We did find out. Thankfully, the anachronistic and despicable sign came down in 1977, and the Klan didn't affect me directly. But I was bullied as a child for my long braids, my funny name, my unusual faith, and it wasn't the easiest thing to be a family of turban-wearing Sikhs in the rural South in the 1970s. What I learned from my parents was that in America, anybody could be anything with hard work and determination. I am before you today because of these life experiences. My faith teaches me that it is a duty to stand up for the rights of the defenseless. Throughout my 32-year legal career, I have honored this teaching through my legal work. In law school, I've been an advocate for victims of domestic violence, work I continued for over a decade in private practice. I've advocated in the courts for asylum seekers facing religious and political persecution. My clients have included Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, and Christians. This work has taught me deep compassion for the oppressed, as well as a daily appreciation for the liberty that Americans often take for granted. I was a lawyer in private practice in Silicon Valley when the 9/11 terrorist attacks struck. From handling intellectual property litigation, I suddenly pivoted to writing legal memos to help South Asians and Arab Americans understand their legal rights in the face of wholesale attacks from fellow Americans, ranging from murders and assaults on Sikh gas station owners and taxi drivers to casual slurs shouted at my brother Mandeep at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, calling him Osama and telling him to go back to his country. This is our country, senators, and it is the greatest country on God's earth. Today, the promise of equal opportunity that my family taught me, which I fought for my entire career in the courtroom, is being robbed from millions of Americans in the workplace by dangerous and oppressive ideology enabled by corrosive government dictates. Young girls and women are seeing their dreams of hard-fought equal access to sports opportunities, of even basic privacy, modesty, and dignity in women's private spaces being sacrificed on the altar of political correctness. Generations of young people have been denied educational opportunities because of their immutable characteristics, instead of merit, even in the face of Supreme Court precedent that clearly bans such admissions policies. And our elections are consistently at risk of becoming ad hoc coronations where government officials in power put a thumb on the scale to achieve preferred outcomes. Our democracy is the lifeblood of our republic. Insecurity in this process breeds mistrust. Mistrust breeds anxiety and anarchy. We must remain forever vigilant in ensuring the results of the ballot box reflect the will of the people, not the preferences of the elites. It's 2025 in America. President Trump was just elected with a historic amount of support from Latinos, African Americans, Asian Americans, and Americans without college degrees. There is no greater time to be alive and to be an American than today. If I am honored to be confirmed as Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, this is my promise, Senators. I will bring my decades of experience as an attorney fighting for the rights of the defenseless to work every day. I will start every analysis with the Constitution. I will respect the words of statutes and the teachings of the courts, even if I disagree with them, though I will act within the law to challenge legal rulings I believe are wrong or statutes I believe are unconstitutional. What I will never do is use the DOJ Civil Rights Division as a partisan tool to push a political agenda. The Department of Justice stands for justice for all Americans. My parents crossed true oceans to bring me as a small child to America. We as a family are Americans by choice, and I can think of no higher honor as a lawyer than to be charged with defending and advancing the civil rights of all American citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5-minute rounds of questions. I'll start and then go to Senator Durbin. I want to apologize to the three of you because when I'm done asking my questions, other members will take over chairing because I have to go to the Agriculture Committee. So I'm going to start with Mr. Rice. You were being a Marine in the a major in the Marines and your service in Afghanistan. How do you think your military service has informed your legal career, and what lessons will you take from the Marine Corps to your role as at DOJ?
Well, thank you for that question, Chairman Grassley. I first raised my hand and swore an oath to defend the Constitution when I was 22 years old. I take that oath deadly seriously. That not only structures my philosophy of how I would approach my job at the Justice Department, but that commitment also shapes how I work and how I execute that mission, with integrity, with excellence, with high standards, morals, and treating everybody with dignity the way that they deserve to be treated. And so not only do I bring a commitment to the U.S. Constitution, but I also bring a way of acting that I think adheres to the best that our nation has to offer.
Yeah. Mr. Sauers, you clerked for Justice Scalia, a famous champion of interpreting doctrine of originalism, and throughout his career promoting the concept of federalism. What was your most important lesson that you learned from Justice Scalia?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. It would be very hard to reduce it to just one, but I would, in response to your question, echo the personal characteristics of Justice Scalia that I emphasized when I had the privilege of giving a eulogy for him in 2016 after his death. Not just his titanic influence on the development of law in the United States and advancing the doctrines of textualism and originalism, but in my experience, he exemplified the characteristics of a teacher and mentor, a man of great personal devotion, a man of great personal courage, and a person of deep humility. And I think you see the humility of Justice Scalia reflected in his attraction to the legal theories that he espoused, which are ultimately humble legal theories, the legal theories of limited role of courts in the interpretation of congressional statutes and the Constitution.
Ms. Dhillon, you'll have to protect the civil rights of all Americans under diversity, equity, and inclusion. The previous administration imposed a nationwide regime that discriminated against some people. The Civil Rights Division completely failed to enforce our nation's civil rights laws. So how will you approach enforcing our civil rights laws different from the previous administration?
Chairman Grassley, thank you for that question. The Civil Rights Division has 11 sections, and each of them is charged with an important duty under the Constitution and the statutes, of course. So my approach is going to be to meet with the section heads in each of those sections, understand the present work that they are doing, and then assessing the extent to which that work is consistent with my view of the civil rights statutes and the priorities of the Department of Justice. And I think the President and Attorney General Bondi have made clear that diversity, equity, inclusion, as it has been applied to use racial quotas to deny people equal access to education, employment, even potentially housing and other aspects of civil life that are covered by the civil rights statutes are inappropriate. And so we'll certainly be taking a close look at all of those and enforcing the law equally in favor of all Americans.
Would you approach Title VII discrimination civil rights laws and use it against companies that discriminate on the basis of race?
Senator, if the facts support such a prosecution or a civil litigation, I certainly would do that. It is inappropriate in my view, and I think Title VII's language is clear that racial discrimination is inappropriate in hiring. And so that is certainly a priority that I would undertake, and one that I've undertaken in private practice as well.
The same question as it relates to Title VI against universities that receive federal funds but who discriminate on the basis of race?
Senator, we have a problem throughout the United States, not just on the basis of race in universities, but also religion. We've seen anti-Semitism sweep the nation, and it is very problematic that many people of the Jewish faith are barred by professors and fellow students from access to the classroom. So yes, in addition to race, I would see religious discrimination and other forms of discrimination on campuses as an appropriate target for the Civil Rights Division.
Thanks to all three of you. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to each of you, your family and friends, for this historic opportunity. Mrs. Dhillon, I thank you for coming by the office. Though we may not agree on many issues, I certainly respected the exchange. And I want to say for the record, I'm still proud of the fact that the Sikh community came to me after 9/11 and asked me to introduce a resolution which said that there should not be any discrimination against those who follow your religion as a result of 9/11. It passed on a bipartisan basis. George W. Bush, as president, I think showed real leadership on that and many other issues. I also held a hearing in this committee when we had the terrible incident at the Gadwala in Wisconsin where a white supremacist killed innocent people of the Sikh community. We had a hearing on that and packed the room with those who were interested in making sure that that never happens again. I'd like to go to specific questions, if I can, of the nominees. Mr. Reitz, have you ever expressed support for the idea that an elected official should defy a federal court order?
Thank you, Ranking Member Durbin. I'm not aware of any instances at this time of having made such an assertion.
So let me remind you of a statement that you made. On March 30th, 2020, U.S. District Judge Lee Yackel, a George W. Bush appointee, temporarily blocked Texas from closing abortion clinics as a response to the state's COVID-19 outbreak. You commented on this and wrote, looking for some Andrew Jackson-level leadership on this one. Judge Yackel has made his decision. Now let him enforce it. This was an obvious reference to the fictitious story about language supposedly used by Andrew Jackson in suggesting he would defy a Supreme Court ruling in Worcester versus Georgia. Do you stand by your tweet?
Thank you for reminding me of this tweet, Ranking Member Durbin. What this tweet reflects is a conservative view of Article 3 and the role of courts and their ability to bind parties that are not litigants to the case before it, which is a mainstream view within jurisprudential debates, but captured in 140 characters on a tweet.
Bottom line, should an elected official be allowed to defy a federal court order?
It would be too case specific for me to make a blanket statement about that, Ranking Member Durbin.
So you're saying that a legal court order from a federal court should not be followed under some circumstances? What would those circumstances be?
Ranking Member Durbin, what I'm saying is that there are some instances in which a public official is lawfully bound by the holding of a particular court, in which case that official would in fact lawfully be required to be bound by it. I can't speak, though, Ranking Member Durbin, for all instances in which that dynamic may or may not be at play given a certain lawsuit.
That's an incredible statement by someone who wants to be part of the Department of Justice. Mr. Sauer, what's your take on this?
Ranking Member Durbin, thank you for the question. Like Mr. Reitz, I don't want to speak to hypotheticals, especially not hypotheticals that might come before me in an official capacity if I were confirmed by the Senate. Generally, if there's a direct court order that binds a federal or state official, they should follow it.
Why do you say generally? Give me an exception that would be acceptable to you.
I suppose if as I sit here, I can't think of a hypothetical one way or the other. I suppose one could imagine hypotheticals in extreme cases like the Korematsu decision, the Dred Scott decision, where people
Let's go back to Korematsu. Describe for me that circumstance that you think relieved an official from obeying a court order.
Well, I believe there was a court order there that upheld. Which has now been, I think, correctly repudiated by virtually everyone, a court order that upheld the internment of Japanese civilians in internment camps during.
As bad as it was, that court order was followed for years, was it not?
And I just wonder whether some historians might think we'd be better off if it hadn't been followed.
But once we
I don't want to get into.
I want to get into it because I think it goes to the heart of the question of the future constitutional challenge we face as a nation. There's a great fear among many people, academics and people in the legal profession, as to whether or not this president would defy a court order, which basically would put him above the law, at least in his own eyes. And I want to know what circumstances Mr. Reitz and Mr. Sauer believe justify that conclusion.
And you can answer that quickly. We've run out of time.
Very quickly, I've represented President Trump for the better part of 2 years, and I just think that that's not a plausible scenario.
You say the same, Mr. Reitz?
You've run out of time, Ranking Member. Thank you. Senator Hawley.
I think maybe I misunderstood this last line of questioning. I thought it sounded to me like my friend Senator Durbin was defending the Korematsu decision, which I think is one of the worst and most abhorrent decisions in the history of the United States. So I just want to be clear on this. Let me give you all a chance to weigh in on this. When we have a decision that is absolutely morally abhorrent, Korematsu, Dred Scott, we can go down the line. Should officials who disagree with a morally abhorrent decision just blindly follow it, or do they register their disagreements? I suppose if they have to, they resign and protest. I mean, there's a system for this, there's a pattern for this, but is the United States of America better off if our public officials, in the face of grievous moral wrong, say and do nothing? Mr. Sauer?
I strongly agree, Senator Hawley, with your reaction to that. And the only point I was trying to make in my exchange with the ranking member was it's hard to make a very blanket, sweeping statement about something without being presented with the facts and the law that apply to that particular scenario. So those historical examples, I think, are designed to illustrate the difficulty of doing that.
Mr. Reitz, you want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you for your background and also for teeing up that question. I stand by my earlier comments, which is to say that there is no hard and fast rule about whether in every instance a public official is bound by a court decision. There are some instances in which he or she may lawfully be bound and other instances in which he or she may not lawfully be bound.
Well, certainly I know that everybody sitting on this panel in front of me is a firm believer in the rule of law. It just seems that to me, we can multiply these instances. The Fugitive Slave Act, for example. And we had numerous judges and other public officials when the Supreme Court said that the Fugitive Slave Law, an absolutely abhorrent law, had to be enforced in the North. You had multiple judges who said, I can't in good conscience enforce this. Many of them then resigned. The United States might be a better place if more of them had done so and had taken a stand firmly against such injustice. So I can't believe that it's the position of anybody on this committee that in the face of decisions like Korematsu and Dred Scott and the Fugitive Slave Act that we should say to people, oh, just grin and bear it, don't say anything, enforce the law, for heaven's sake. I mean, good heavens. Ms. Dhillon, let me ask you, you spoke very movingly about religious liberty, and it made me think of that line that America didn't invent religious liberty invented America. And your family's story is certainly a testament to that. I also am mindful of the fact that in the last 4 years, we have seen unprecedented attacks on religious liberty in this country. Absolutely abhorrent attacks on people of faith. Just to take one example, after the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision, 100 pregnancy care centers, more than that, were vandalized, criminally assaulted, firebombed. Over 300 churches, many of them Catholic churches, were targeted in the same manner. The Biden Justice Department did nothing to defend these institutions. They let them twist in the wind. They allowed the violence to go on virtually unchecked. And indeed, members of this body encouraged this kind of violence with outrageous, irresponsible rhetoric on the floor of the United States Senate and on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. My question to you is, will you commit to stopping the disparate treatment of Americans on the basis of religious faith that we have seen in the last 4 years? Will you make sure that people of faith are protected in the religious expression of their most deeply held beliefs?
Oh, thank you for that question, Senator Hawley. I believe my career and the disclosures made to the Senate would back up the fact that my entire career in 32 years has included religious liberty litigation on the side of people of faith, of minority and majority faiths. And I'm very proud of that, and I've won cases at the United States Supreme Court defending people of faith from government tyranny and obstruction. And so I would absolutely be committed as a top priority in the Civil Rights Division, if confirmed, to defending people of faith equally.
Very good. And will you investigate and, where it's warranted, prosecute those who carry out attacks on pregnancy care centers, places of worship, those who, with religious or maybe it's anti-religious motivation, target people of faith in their houses of worship and other places where, frankly, they're quite vulnerable?
Absolutely, Senator. I don't think there's any question about that.
Good. Let me ask you about anti-Semitism on America's campuses. You referenced this, I think, in your opening statement. Since October 7th of 2023, we've seen the most horrific explosion of anti-Semitic violence. Just yesterday, I met in my office with a young man, a student at DePaul University, an ROTC member. He's also Jewish. He's a Jewish American. His arm was in a sling because he had been physically assaulted on his campus. What was his offense? He had been tabling in support of the state of Israel. Will you commit to vigorously enforcing, Ms. Dhillon, Title VI violations related to anti-Semitism to make sure that we root out this scourge on America's campus?
If you want to briefly
Absolutely,
answer.
Senator. I would certainly commit to that.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Coons.
Mr. Sauer, thank you for your service as a federal prosecutor, and to the people of Missouri. Mr. Reitz, for your service to this body, to my colleague, Senator Cruz, and your military service to our nation. And Ms. Dhillon, I appreciate your willingness to step forward and raise your hand to serve. You are all seeking critical leadership positions in a Department of Justice that is reeling and questioning the direction that it's being taken. Career prosecutors were fired for working on cases that President Trump did not approve of or like. Senior DOJ leaders in national security posts have been reassigned, and at the Southern District of New York and in the Public Integrity Unit, a half dozen prosecutors resigned earlier this month rather than carry out what they believe to be unlawful or unethical orders in the Eric Adams case. Ms. Dhillon, if President Trump were to ask you to do something that you believed was either illegal or unconstitutional, what would you do?
Thank you for that question, Senator Coons. First of all, I have represented President Trump for 4 years in numerous different cases, and I currently represent him as a private attorney. And in all of those years, in multiple cases, in multiple jurisdictions, the president has never asked me to do anything that I found to be objectionable, immoral, unlawful, or illegal. And so I really can't fathom the circumstance that you're describing. It would really be hypothetical to me.
As I just conveyed, I don't think it's a hypothetical. You've got folks in the Public Integrity Unit and the Southern District resigning over what they believe to be an unethical and inappropriate order. And I put that exact question to your predecessor in the first Trump administration, Eric Dreiband, his first AAG for civil rights. He didn't call it hypothetical. He answered directly. He said every Department of Justice attorney swears an oath to execute and faithfully execute and defend the Constitution and laws, and it would therefore be appropriate to refuse to follow a directive of the president if illegal or unconstitutional. Mr. Dreiband, in exactly the same situation, answered the question, is there any reason you can't?
Well, Mr. Dreiband didn't have 4 years of representing President Trump as his lawyer, and so I would give him the grace of not knowing for that experience that I've had. And so I think that it is a hypothetical to me, and so I respectfully...
It may be to you, but sadly it is not to currently serving members of the Department of Justice. If I might, Mr. Reitz, in the exchange that was just held both between Senator Durbin and Senator Hawley and yourself, dozens of President Trump's executive orders have been blocked by federal courts in recent weeks, federal district courts, and a number have been reviewed on appeal. To your knowledge, has the administration complied with these federal court orders?
Thank you, Senator Coons. I have not been following the procedural posture of those cases very closely. Of course, I intend to do so should I be confirmed once I'm in the Justice Department.
You'll be centrally involved in those decisions, and part of what my colleague was trying to focus on was the tweet that you apparently posted in response to a decision you didn't like. The tweet said, "Looking for some Andrew Jackson level leadership on this one. Judge Yackel has made his decision. Now let him enforce it." My colleague from Missouri suggested that somehow Senator Durbin was standing up for the Korematsu decision or standing up for the Dred Scott decision. And I think buried in what he said and in what my colleague said is clarity. What are the avenues appropriately available to a litigant, which can include the president or a department secretary? What are the avenues available to properly challenge a duly issued federal circuit or district court order? And is it ever proper to simply refuse to obey that order?
Thank you, Senator Coons. I'll answer your second question first, which is what I referenced earlier. There is no hard and fast rule in all instances in which a litigant must comply with all or some or various parts of a judicial decision. It is so fact, law, and case specific that one cannot speak generally.
In your view, do litigants before a federal court get to choose whether or not to obey a federal court order? They can appeal it, they can speak out against it, they can question it, but can they refuse? Could the President of the United States refuse, as a litigant before a federal court, refuse to follow that order, which was the key implication of your tweet?
So, generally speaking, Senator Coons, parties to a case are bound by a lawful court holding from that court. And as you rightly pointed out, Senator Coons, there are many different avenues to right a perceived wrong: appeals, rehearings, various motions, etc. You're familiar with them.
I hope you will be clear in your service, since I recognize I'm nearing the end of my time. Thank you for that answer. I think all of us are holding our breath to see whether or not President Trump and those who will be advising him correctly understand what is a foundational principle of the rule of law.
Thank you, Senator.
A litigant
Coons, for your
before a
brevity.
federal court may
Appreciate
appeal,
that.
may question, may challenge, but may not ignore a
Thank you, Senator
district court
Coons.
order.
We'll move to Senator Blackburn for her questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and congratulations to each of you. We are, we're really pleased that your families are here, that you have this nomination, and we're so looking forward to having you serve President Trump and the American people in your position. So congratulations to you. Ms. Dhillon, I want to come to you first. In Tennessee, we follow the motto, let's make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. And it is important for each person to know that their vote is counted and that that the process is going to be a process that is true, transparent, and honest. And so our counties have been busy cleaning up voter rolls, and it's why Tennessee has been ranked #1 in the country for election integrity. And I know that you're going to follow those same premises at the Department of Justice. So I would like for you to talk about what you can do at the Civil Rights Division to make certain that we restore election integrity.
Well, thank you for that question, Senator Blackburn, and I really appreciate how Tennessee has taken a lead in cleaning up the voter rolls. Federal law provides under the National Voter Registration Act that states do maintain their voter rolls in an up-to-date way, but in fact most states are woefully behind in doing so, which creates confusion and distress among citizens who are concerned that their votes are not being equally cast. I think there are limited enforcement mechanisms for the Department of Justice to necessarily take the lead on this particular issue, but there have been many cases in which Private organizations or state parties have been granted standing to challenge, and the Department of Justice has the opportunity in those cases where the facts have been developed to come in and take a position as well. And the position, in my opinion, of the Department of Justice should be 100% in favor of clean voter rolls. And now many states have evolved excellent methods for doing that in a fair way, giving citizens notice, giving them notice in multiple election cycles. And so I think there are many ways that states can stay up to date like Tennessee has done.
Thank you for that. Mr. Sauer, I want to come to you, and I appreciated the opportunity to visit with you prior to the hearing. I want to drill down on one comment you made, justice without fear or favor. And I appreciated that because so many people that have reached out to us, members of this committee, have noted that it seemed we were in a season under the last administration where there were 2 tiers of justice and 2 tiers of access and 2 tiers of treatment, and the American people have spoken against this loudly, and they want equal justice for all. So I would like for you to comment on what you mean and how that concept, justice without fear or favor, is essential to your role as the Solicitor General.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity to meet and speak with you. I greatly appreciated that opportunity. I greatly appreciate the question as well, because I think that you've asked about something that goes to the heart of the role of the Department of Justice. As I mentioned in my opening statement, the principle of equal justice under law, which is the same as justice without fear or favor, is central to the Department of Justice's mission. Senator Hawley, I think, referred to some recent historical examples of situations where that was not fully upheld in the most recent administration. In my opening statement, I referred to what to me obviously are the most compelling and really astonishing experiences that I have had with respect to that. That really arose, certainly that involved many of the cases that I had the privilege of litigating under the leadership of Senator Schmidt, but in it when he was Attorney General of Missouri, but also representing President Trump in the recent lawfare and weaponized prosecutions that he experienced. So we have a number of unfortunate examples in our recent history in the Department of Justice, and that's why what was really kind of a ringing call to me in President Trump's inaugural address was his statements that I quoted about restoring equal justice under law and the constitutional rule of law.
Thank you. Mr. Reitz, in your role over at DOJ, you're going to be responsible for initiating policy initiatives. And this is something important to addressing violent crime that is just raging across the country. And I want to get from you in writing what you can do. The previous Trump administration had programs like Operation Legend, which was very effective in Memphis, Tennessee. And I know my time has expired, but if you'll submit that one to me in writing.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Thank you for respecting that time. We're going to hear from Senator Hirono now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked the following 2 initial questions of all nominees before any of my committees, so I will ask you, starting with Mr. Sauer, and we'll just go right down the line. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No.
No.
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No.
No, Senator.
I have not, Senator.
I would like to state with regard to Mr. Reitz that, for the record, that in 2023, during impeachment proceedings against Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, a Texas Ranger testified that there were, quote, many complaints of sexual harassment by female employees, end quote, about Mr. Reitz when he worked in the Texas Attorney General's office. And I will have further questions for the record regarding these complaints. For Ms. Dhillon, relating to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, I think that your position is that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act requires actual discrimination and basically discriminatory intent before it will be deemed unconstitutional under Section 2. Is that correct? Is that your view of Section 2, Voting Rights Act?
I would say, to generalize, yes, it is.
So that means that unless there's discriminatory intent, unless, say, state legislature says, yes, we are about to enact legislation that will discriminate against a group, you do not think that Section 2 applies?
I disagree with your characterization, Senator. There are many ways to prove intent other than a blanket statement from a state legislature. And
Ms. Rice, let me mention that under President Trump's Attorney General, Merrick Garland, they've filed a number of lawsuits under Section 2. For example, a law prohibiting civil groups from providing food or water to people who are standing in line to vote. There was no discriminatory intent. Would you have filed that lawsuit against that law?
Senator, I haven't had the opportunity to study all of the facts underlying those prosecutions by the Biden Department of Justice.
Well, excuse me, you know what, Merrick Garland also filed a lawsuit under Section 2, state law limiting counties' use of absentee ballot drop boxes. So there are a number of these kinds of voting rights laws that the states enacted after Shelby County, and in fact 13 states very immediately passed all kinds of laws that made it a lot tougher to vote. So I'm just wondering, how are you going to decide which ones to go after? I mean, these obviously have the effect of discrimination against certain groups, making it harder for them to vote. How would you decide which of these kinds of voting rights laws enacted by states without, the obvious smoking gun?
Well, Senator, I have to disagree with the premise of your question that all of these measures that Georgia and other states took to improve confidence of all citizens in voting, in fact, had any form of discriminatory impact.
Excuse me, I only have a minute. I mean, obviously, there is disagreement. That is the crux, isn't it, as to whether or not these laws actually have an anti-discriminatory effect, and you obviously do not think so. For Mr. Reitz, you stated in one of your many tweets, in fact, there are thousands of tweets that you deleted before your nomination, and we could go over some of them. They're quite astounding, but one of them said, birthright citizenship is not a thing. Is birthright citizenship in the Constitution? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Thank you, Senator Hirono. I think that there are reasonable debates to be had about the meaning and application and scope of what is commonly called birthright citizenship in the 14th Amendment.
Well, actually, since it's been 130 years where this particular provision has been deemed to confer birthright citizenship, and not in the way that President Trump views it, and apparently not you. So when we start talking about, the rule of law and that you all would follow the rule of law, I do wonder what constitutes rule of law in your mind, because after President Trump issued all of his executive orders, some 70 lawsuits have been filed challenging the legality of his executive orders. So legality is often in the minds and eyes of the beholder. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. We'll turn to Senator Britt. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just want to say congratulations to each and every one of you for being nominated, and to your families. I know that this is a big moment, and you're really proud of the work that they've done to get here, and what an honor it is. I think all of us up here know that when you serve, it's not just you, it's your entire family that does, and so we say thank you. I especially want to say something to Mr. Reitz. It has been an honor and privilege to get to work with you over the last 2 years. I am not only grateful for your service to this nation and the U.S. Marine Corps, but what I have seen you do for Senator Cruz firsthand. As a former chief myself, I know what it takes to make it all work and to make sure that your boss and your state and the nation are in the best place possible. You have done that in a manner that is second to none, and I am excited to see each and every one of you serve our nation at a higher level, so thank you. I'm going to start with Mrs. Dhillon. So to follow up on Senator Blackburn's comments, Alabama feels strongly about making sure that every every single person has access to vote, that we make that easier, whether that's providing free voter ID, whether that's coming to your house to allow you to register. We want to make sure that every citizen does that. We also want to make sure that that vote is protected. Part of the work of the Civil Rights Division relates to protecting that right to vote. In my view, it's an important part of protecting the right of American citizens to vote, and it's to ensure that the votes aren't diluted by those who have actually no right to vote. I know you've done some work on this issue during your time in private practice, and it's an issue that I've also worked to address here in Congress. During this Congress, I'll be reintroducing once again the Citizens Ballot Protection Act, which amends federal law to explicitly allow states to put in place proof of citizenship, to require that for federal mail-in voter registration forms and any state mail voter registration forms that they might develop. I think many people across the nation would be shocked to know that states are currently hamstrung when it comes to requiring proof of citizenship as part of certain voter registration processes. It's common sense to ensure that only American citizens are registering to vote in our elections. Based on your experience, can you explain why it's important and necessary to take steps to ensure that non-citizens are not voting in our election, and the role that you think DOJ, and in particular the Civil Rights Division, can or should play in ensuring the votes of American citizens are not diluted?
Thank you for your question, Senator Britt. And I actually want to particularly thank you for introducing the legislation you just described, because while the NVRA doesn't itself, of course, bar states from requiring proof of citizenship, courts have done that and laid that prohibition that, in fact, was a subject of some conversations I had with some of your fellow senators while we met. I do think that it would be a tremendous boost to voter confidence in the integrity of elections in the states if there was assurance that only citizens are voting. Similarly, that they're only voting once. I think that's also very important. And the current self-certification system has not only allowed people to maliciously vote when they weren't entitled to, it's actually led many legal immigrants to unknowingly cast a vote and thereby putting their own ability to become United States citizens in peril. And we've seen this happen in Pennsylvania and other states. So I do think that it would be a tremendous boost to voter integrity and confidence. And that in turn would cause more Americans to come out to vote, which I think all of us want on both sides of the aisle.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Mrs. Dhillon, another question. As you're aware, President Trump signed an executive order in January related to the measures to combat anti-Semitism. Senator Hawley touched on this earlier, but pursuant to that order, Attorney General Bondi earlier this month announced that the formation of a multi-agency task force to do this, to make sure that we're doing this. The task force will be coordinated through the Civil Rights Division. I have long been concerned about this issue and didn't think the Biden administration acted aggressively enough to address it, particularly on college campuses. So once confirmed as the head of the Civil Rights Division, can you ensure me that you will take aggressive action via this task force to ensure that Jewish students are protected from abuse and harassment, and that those who engage in such behavior will be subject to the full force of the law?
Well, Senator, this is a very high priority for me, and I have several Orthodox Jews who've worked at my law firm and have personally given me stories about their family circumstances and instances of discrimination on campuses and in other settings. Coming from a religious minority myself, I think it is very important and crucial that the Civil Rights Division step up to defend students on campus, because it is a blow not just to those individual students, but to the entire community when they see campus administrators refuse to protect them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Britt. You're so timely. Senator Booker.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Reitz, I want to pick up with a discussion that I found a little troubling. I'd love to go into it a little bit more with you. It just sounds like that you have been suggesting that government officials can ignore a court order if they disagree with it. You're pointing to some of the worst cases in our nation, like Korematsu. This would really create a constitutional crisis in this American context in which we're living right now if our courts impose injunctions that restrict or compel government action and then government officials go against that. To me, that's the very nature of what a constitutional crisis is. My staff pulled a tweet of yours that you compared the Dred Scott decision to the court's decision in same-sex marriages. And so I want to know, do you think public officials have it within their right, if they find it morally wrong, the Obergefell decision, to violate that court order or that court's conclusions?
Thank you, Senator Booker. My position I've been consistent on, which is that parties to the litigation are bound by the lawful holdings of their respective court. I understand that there is genuine jurisprudential disagreement about the scope of certain holdings, whether they can apply nationally or to just litigants or other litigants, but I think that it is a fair discussion for attorneys in good faith to discuss the scope of a holding of a case.
I find academic discussions important in our national dialogue, but you're being nominated for a very important position, and my question to you, I guess, is very plain, is if you morally disagree with a court order, do you believe you can defy that court order, that the Trump administration, that the government, that you in your position can defy that court order?
Senator Booker, I appreciate the clarification. However, just a general reference in this hearing to a litigant morally disagreeing to the decision of a court, in my opinion, is too hypothetical for me to be able to answer with precision.
Do you understand that that is not a comfortable assurance for me when there is credible concerns about the Supreme Court making a decision as in Obergefell and having an administration that feels that it can defy that? You're not giving me great confidence by stating unequivocally that we are a nation that respects the separation of powers, the role of the courts. And far be it from me to lecture you, and I hope you don't take it that way, but the traditions of our country, if you disagree with a morally long law, the traditions we exalt, one of the two exceptions of statues underneath the dome of the Capitol is Martin Luther King, who was very clear about when you find a law morally wrong and you break that law, you accept the consequences of that, which is jail or removal from a position. I'm seeing right now good faith actors within government resigning from their position. That is a very different tradition, that vaunted tradition in our country, than a person in a position like you were nominated from, willfully disregarding a court order. That is in its very nature a constitutional crisis, and your failure in this forum to resolutely state your commitment to abide by court orders, I hope you can understand why that would be troubling to many of the senators before you. You understand that that's troubling.
I understand, Senator Booker, that that is a perspective that members of this body may have.
Very difficult for me to swallow that, and honestly, you send a chill to me and my concerns about the current administration. Ms. Dhillon, I am happy to see you here because of the pride of your family behind you. You could see it written over their faces. I hope you understand that. They are just extraordinary for me as an American to see you sitting here and your incredible family behind you. I have some very direct questions for you that I do not have time with because I fear the chairwoman, but I'm going to put them in writing, and they have to do with your knowledge of any plans to dismiss employees and a lot of the things were going on here that do raise concerns to me. So I'll put them in writing. Would you commit to responding to me?
Yes, Senator, I commit to responding to your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam
Thank
Chairwoman.
you, Senator Booker. You too are timely.
Thank you for the same kindness that you extend to me that you extend to my colleague.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few moments ago, one of my colleagues asked a question about abiding by the rule of law and abiding by Supreme Court decisions. Now, when the Supreme Court ruled that President Biden didn't, in fact, have authority to undertake his student loan forgiveness program, President Biden made a statement following that to the effect of the following, quote, "The Supreme Court blocked it, but that didn't stop me," flouting openly his defiance of the Supreme Court and the rule of law. Now, so I'd like to ask each of you, we'll start with Mrs. Dhillon and then go to Mr. Reitz and Mr. Sauer. Just to be clear, in your view, does President Biden's statement hold water, and would you follow the rule of law if confirmed to your position?
Senator, thank you for that question. I too was surprised at President Biden's reaction to that order, because the order itself, I think many lawyers would agree, was entirely consistent with the law. No argument was made by the president that the order was unconstitutional, illegal, immoral, et cetera. He just simply defied it. So I think
sort
that's
of like possession is 9/10 of the law, is what he was saying.
Correct. And I think that's a little bit hard to swallow. In general, there are many mechanisms for a party to disagree with a ruling, seek a stay, seek an appeal, et cetera, and those are the steps you would normally take, seek reconsideration. In this case, it was, of course, the highest court in the land. So in that circumstance, I disagree with the president's position.
Mr. Wright?
Thank you, Senator Lee. Yes, if confirmed, you personally, this body, the American people, have my absolute commitment to always observe the letter of the law, no doubt about it. I think my reaction to President Biden's brazenly flouting a Supreme Court decision in which he was a litigant and thus lawfully bound to the holding of that court was disappointing and unlawful.
Mr. Sauer?
Thank you, Senator Lee. I agree with my colleagues. On a personal note, as Senator Schmidt mentioned in his introduction, we were directly involved in litigating on that issue in the decision that became Nebraska against Biden. So having taken all those efforts, those sorts of statements were particularly troubling.
Right.
And if confirmed, I will follow the rule of law.
Thank you. Mrs. Dhillon, the position to which you've been appointed, to which you've been nominated, is one that in some ways gets to the essence of the professional obligation we have as lawyers to represent clients as they come to us, even especially when that client happens to be unpopular, even especially when that client doesn't necessarily have the winds of public opinion at his or her back. Now, you've had a prestigious career in civil rights law in which you've represented unpopular clients, in which you've represented people who have been forgotten by much of society and even much of the modern civil rights movement. How do you believe the Civil Rights Division can be utilized in order to look out for those people?
Thank you, Senator Lee, for that question. Civil Rights Division was established in 1957, and it has a long and storied history of standing up for some of the most important heroes in the civil rights movement, including looking into violent crimes against many marchers in the civil rights movement and other important figures, Martin Luther King Jr. and others. And so I would view my role, if confirmed, to be consistent with that obligation. And as a lawyer involved in First Amendment cases, you're often asked to defend and protect some of the most outrageous and unpopular speech. My work at the ACLU and dating back to college has taught me the importance of standing up for the rights of free speech and rights of individuals to protest, whether you agree or disagree with the subject matter or not. And that would definitely be my charter if confirmed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Sauer, you've been nominated to serve as Solicitor General of the United States. The Solicitor General, of course, performs many of the roles that a lot of Americans probably associate with the Attorney General. You are the chief litigator for the United States government, particularly in matters pending before the U.S. Supreme Court and other federal appellate courts. Consequently, in that position, if confirmed, you'll have a client. So I've got two closely related, very important questions connected to that. Number one, who is your client? Number two, will you wear the morning suit if confirmed as Solicitor General?
You can answer briefly.
Your client, as the Solicitor General, if I were to confirm, would be the United States and the people of the United States. Your fidelity would be to the Constitution and the rule of law, and I commit to wearing the morning suit, but I will not look nearly as good as your father did when he wore it.
Terrific. Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much. I was over at an ag hearing, which was just a little more mellow, so I am happy to be here. Ms. Dhillon, I know we're going to talk on the phone at some point soon, and I appreciate it that you're willing to do that. I've led efforts to protect voters' access to the polls and the security of our elections, the Freedom to Vote Act, setting basic national standards to make sure all Americans can vote in a way that works best for them, regardless of their zip code. John Lewis once said, "The right to vote is precious and almost sacred and one of the most important blessings of our democracy. Today, we must be vigilant in protecting that blessing." Do you agree?
Senator, I agree with everything that you said with respect to the importance of the right to vote. I think it is a sacred right, and I promise to safeguard that right if confirmed to this position.
Okay, thank you. Your comments earlier, though, you've written about the Voting Rights Act, referring to it as a law, and this was in 2022, referring it to as a law that, quote, was once, and I emphasize once, necessary to push back on Jim Crow laws. I have concerns about, of course, the Civil Rights Division under your leadership, whether or not it will enforce the Voting Rights Act. Isn't it true that 2 years ago, the Supreme Court reaffirmed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which prohibits states and localities from enacting laws or taking actions that have the effect of denying or abridging the right to vote on the basis of race?
That's correct, Senator, and I would add that I don't know the full context of the quote that you read, but of course we all know that the United States Supreme Court has actually struck down provisions of the Voting Rights Act as unconstitutional, specifically Section 4A, which effectively renders Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act a nullity unless Congress acts to fill in the gaps.
I was referring to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in Allen v. Milligan. But will you commit, the bigger thing for me, to vigorous enforcement of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, including with respect to groups that have been subject to historic discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, or language minority status?
Thank you, Senator. I would have to see the facts, but if the facts merited a Section 2 investigation and or legal action, I would certainly pursue that.
Okay. Will you commit to not reassigning or firing career attorneys in the division based on their political and ideological affiliations, who they voted for, or their views of the 2020 election?
Senator, without getting into the job itself and understanding all of the motivations of individuals, I can't really commit to any particular personnel decisions. However, I will say that in my home state of California, we have laws about that, and that is certainly my general practice to not react against people based on solely on their political views.
All right. Mr. Sauer, at the nomination hearing for President Trump's first-term Solicitor General, Noel Francisco, Chair Grassley said, quote, "It is the responsibility of the Solicitor General to defend the law even when they don't personally agree with the law," end quote. Mr. Francisco agreed, stating that the Solicitor General is a lawyer representing the United States. What matters are the views expressed by the United States in the statutes that this body passes. Do you agree it is the duty of the Justice Department to defend the laws Congress passes, and will you commit to do so even when the President may disagree with an act campaigned against its passage or called for its repeal?
I believe Mr. Francisco stated that the duty of the Solicitor General is to defend the validity of congressional enactments when there are reasonable arguments available to do so. I think he noted an exception in certain cases where there's a conflict between a claim of encroachment on the President's Article II authority, and I would commit to following those principles that he outlined in his testimony.
All right. I also note that on her first day in office, the Attorney General issued a memo in which she said DOJ lawyers must be zealous advocates for their clients' interests. And then she said, and this was troubling to many of us, and to do otherwise deprives the President of the benefits of his lawyers. When you served as a prosecutor in the Eastern District of Missouri during the Obama administration, did you see yourself as President Obama's lawyers?
I believe as an attorney for the Department of Justice at any level, as I said to Senator Lee, the client of that attorney would be the United States or the people of the United States.
All right. So Thank you. And all justice lawyers, as you know, take an oath to the Constitution. And as you note, their client is the people of the United States. I asked this of Todd Blanche, and he answered that is true. And so your client will, in fact, be the United States government and the United States of America and not the president. That's right?
I stand by my prior answer.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Appreciate all of you being here today. Certainly, I think, based on my history as a federal prosecutor and a judge and attorney general of the state of Florida, I think the roles in which you are volunteering to serve and have accepted these nominations are some of the most important roles in our government, especially at this moment in time when so many people believe, so many Americans believe that the Department of Justice and agencies within it have been used to unfairly target those that may hold a different political preference or persuasion. It is so important for the stability and consistency and long-term success of this nation to have people like you, patriots passionate about this country and its founding principles in these roles, to assure Americans that we are going to bring this back to a place where Americans can trust that you are the institution of the Department of Justice is a shield protecting not only American safety, but their inalienable rights. Do you believe at its core that is one of the missions that you will fulfill? And I'll ask each of you to answer, please.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator, and I greatly appreciated the ability to work with you and your staff when I was in the State Attorney General's office on many important issues.
Oh, and let me just pause right here. I know that you said that you equally adored the two Missouri Attorney Generals, but you never said which Attorney General on the dais you liked and respected the most, and you know...
There's only one here right now.
You can always go with Florida. It doesn't have to be your home state.
There are many wonderful public servants in the room, and I respect them all greatly. And in response to your question, yes, I don't think I can improve on the way that this principle is expressed in the quotations from President Trump's inaugural address that I referenced in my opening statement.
Mr. Reitz.
I 100% agree with you, Senator Moody.
Ms. Dhillon.
And Senator, I would agree with you as well.
At this time, without objection, I would like to introduce for the record a letter from all 4 women Republican attorneys general, my former colleagues, where they voiced support for you, Ms. Dhillon, and we'll enter that into the record without objection. One of the things that they highlighted, and I noted that we share this in common, and most people don't know this about you because they hear what's only pushed and highlighted within the media, but as a young lawyer and continuing through this day, you have, without charge, free of charge, using your skills as an attorney and for pro bono, defended victims, sought justice for victims of sex trafficking and domestic violence. I remember after working long days at my law firm, going and sitting at the courthouse and helping victims of domestic violence. I believe that shows your heart for protecting the most vulnerable in their time of need that may not understand how to navigate the court system and understand that the court system is there for their protection. And I believe that's what you will bring in heart and spirit and passion to this role. To that end, you've spoken to this. As Attorney General, I was one of the first to request that a large corporation be investigated for discrimination for some of their hiring practices using racial quotas. I also brought suit, one of the first of the kind in the nation, when pregnancy crisis centers were being firebombed and threatening messages were being written on them to make sure that we were protecting the life of those that are pro-life or protecting the rights of pro-life Americans. Many of these duties would fall under the DOJ. I hope that you will go back and review where that might not have been done under the last administration, and do you assure this body and this committee that you will make every effort to do what this government is intended to do, why it was set up to be a government of the free people, first and foremost, to protect our rights. Will you confirm for this body that you will make sure that every American is protected under your tenure and leadership?
Senator, thank you for that question, and I'm deeply touched by the support from the women attorneys general, and it is an issue dear to my heart. But Absolutely, as I mentioned, my entire legal career has spoken to the fact that protecting the rights of the defenseless and following the law and enforcing those civil rights laws has and will be a passion of mine and a top priority to make sure that the defenseless and those who look to the United States for justice will certainly have an open door in the Civil Rights Division.
Thank you so much. In under 5 minutes, I am concluding my questioning as a model for all of my colleagues. All right, we will now turn it over to Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping you'd confer to me your extra 15 seconds, but
not a chance.
Colleagues, before jumping into my questions for the nominees before us, just have to express not just disappointment but alarm. There's been a number of Department of Justice nominees that have come before us, most, if not all, echoing over and over again the respect for the Constitution, the commitment for the Constitution, a commitment to the rule of law. Yet when pressed about whether or not they would be loyal to the Constitution versus potential directives or decisions contrary to existing law and the Constitution, they don't give strong answers, at least none that give us the comfort level that the American people need and deserve. When it comes to something as simple as existing law says this, a court has ordered the administration to stop doing that, to obfuscate, to not, I can't remember a time in history when of all the nominees, high-ranking Department of Justice officials not adamantly defending the balance of power, co-equal branches of government, the checks and balances built into the Constitution is telling of the political times that we're living in and alarming. That being said, I know my time is limited, so let me jump into a couple of questions for the folks before us. First, from Mr. Sauer. Now, as Solicitor General, you're tasked with representing the United States before the Supreme Court, should you be confirmed. As an attorney, though, admitted to any state bar in the country, you're tasked with obeying and defending the Constitution of the United States. Now, the President has already defied the Constitution and Supreme Court precedent in issuing an executive order in regards to birthright citizenship. We talked about this in my office. I told you I was going to ask you in this hearing. Can you please articulate for the committee the current binding Supreme Court precedent with respect to birthright citizenship and the 14th Amendment?
Thank you, Senator Padilla, for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to meet with you. I really appreciated the cordial conversation that we had on Monday evening in your office. I do recall that in that conversation you asked me to look at certain 19th century Supreme Court decisions, and I agreed to do that. I have done that since then. However, given that this is a matter that would be very likely to come within my purview, I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to comment
another
on.
dodge. Thank you. Ms. Dhillon. Now, your record demonstrates to me, and as a fellow Californian, I've seen your work closely, you've opposed key voting rights protections over the years, including the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. You fought against the use of Voting Rights Act to challenge discriminatory laws. You've also spread disinformation about the 2020 election, and you defended restrictive voting laws in multiple states. Now, in 2019, you sued the California Department of Motor Vehicles, alleging issues with the state's motor voter program. However, an audit found no widespread voter fraud. The lawsuit was unsuccessful, and that was just one of, I think, about 10 lawsuits that you brought against the state when I was Secretary.
for being here for the
i.e. oil, gas, and coal, and punish other forms of energy, wind, solar, etc. I'm very, very happy to have the support of my colleague, Senator Heinrich, who is the energy expert on the Democratic side in this body, and very, very happy to have so many colleagues who will be speaking on this matter today on the Senate floor. President Trump took a number of actions on his first day in office, and many of them got a lot of attention. One that didn't get so much attention was his decision on day one to declare that the United States was in an energy emergency, and therefore we needed to bypass environmental laws. I want to dig into the sham nature of the emergency declaration and then explore why President Trump actually has done it, and finally conclude with a request to my colleagues that the Article I branch should not just roll over and play dead when a president declares an emergency that does not actually exist. So let's first talk about the claim that President Trump has raised that the United States is in an energy emergency. This is a chart that shows U.S. energy production from 1950 until essentially today. The chart goes through about 2023 and does not include the 2024 numbers. But I am proud to stand here and tell you, especially as one who has supported many of the policies that has led to this growth in American energy, that America is producing more energy today than at any point in the history of this nation. America is the leader in the world in energy production. And for the last few years, we've been an energy surplus nation, producing more than we consume. You will see that the chart includes different kinds of energy: oil, gas, coal, renewable, but the direction of the chart shows steady increase in production. Let's go into the kinds of energy we're talking about here. In 2024, America produced more natural gas than at any time in the history of this country. In 2024, America produced more petroleum than at any time in the history of this country. And in 2024, America deployed more renewable energy than at any time in the history of this country. In fact, in 2024, more than 90% of the energy added to the nation's energy grid was from renewable sources: wind, solar, and battery storage. The United States recently, in the past few years, there may be a technical term for this, Mr. President, but I call it an energy surplus nation. We produce more than we consume. That moment happened in 2019, where our production started to outpace consumption. And in every year since 2019, that surplus has grown. And the surplus in 2024 was at record levels. And it's a good thing to produce significantly more than we consume. Why is it a good thing? Because we're able to sell energy to others, reducing our trade deficit. I participated with senators in lifting the ban on export of crude petroleum a few years ago. And that, plus exports of liquid natural gas, have helped us with our trade deficit. But more directly related to this moment in time, the export of American energy has also helped us help other nations who are reliant on energy from petrodictators. The nations in Europe that had to rely on Vladimir Putin, nations in other parts of the world that have had to rely on Iran or Venezuela, now increasingly are able to access U.S. energy. I was in Finland over the weekend visiting Virginia Guard troops exercising with the Finnish Army. Finland is importing liquid natural gas from the United States and using it for their own energy needs and also for the energy needs of other European nations. So where's the emergency? More oil than ever, more natural gas than ever, more renewables than ever, and a record surplus of production over consumption. Where is the energy? The energy is not in the energy sector. The energy is Donald Trump self-creating an emergency. because Donald Trump and other actions taken in the first week of his administration has gone full tilt to challenge energy projects that are creating jobs and lowering prices all across this country. Donald Trump and his administration are attacking wind projects. They're attacking solar projects. They're attacking clean energy projects that aren't oil, coal, natural gas, and nuclear. And by doing so, they're reducing supply and likely raising prices on American consumers. There are a number of projects in Virginia, as an example, that have benefited from tax breaks that were included either in the Inflation Reduction Act for clean energy projects or the bipartisan infrastructure law for rollout of electric vehicle charging, for example. President Trump's administration has attacked those projects, has put them on hold, and the Virginians who were intending to invest billions of dollars hiring people to build these projects are now uncertain about what they can do. Why would a president declare an energy emergency and then attack homegrown clean energy projects in my state and elsewhere? And that's exactly what President Trump is doing. Why would he do that? Well, we don't have to speculate about the answer. We know the answer. In the summer of 2024, President Trump held a meeting at Mar-a-Lago with the CEOs of major oil and gas companies. And they reported upon the substance of that meeting. And here is a headline from The Guardian. Other publications carried the same news. Trump promised to scrap climate laws if U.S. oil bosses donated $1 billion to his campaign. One of the oil executives at the meeting quoted Donald Trump saying, "You'll get it on the first day. Oil and gas will get preferential treatment on the first day." Support. Here is what was delivered in the emergency order. The president said there's an emergency, and so we need to bypass laws passed by Congress. We need to bypass the Clean Air Act. We need to bypass the Clean Water Act. We need to bypass the Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the National Historic Preservation Act, the National Environmental Policy Act. Because of this fake emergency that he has created out of thin air, we need to take all these laws that Congress has passed, many of which have been in statute, like the Clean Water Act, for more than 50 years, and we need to give energy producers and transmitters the ability to bypass these laws in order to produce and transmit energy. It's interesting, though, when you read the executive order, it talks about energy production, but you have to go to the last section of the order to read what energy means. And President Trump is calling for a national emergency and bypassing all of these laws if you want to produce using oil or gas or coal or nuclear or hydro, but not for wind, not for solar, not for clean battery storage. If your homegrown American low-cost energy is wind, solar, and battery storage, you don't get to bypass environmental laws. You have to comply with the letter of the law as Congress intends. We're only giving a break to the guys who supported Donald Trump, the fossil fuel industry. Donald Trump is so willing to give away the farm to big oil and gas that he even, in the first provision in the emergency order, said we also need to bypass property rights. He encouraged federal agencies to make aggressive use of eminent domain to produce fossil fuel energy. Those watching understand what this means. Eminent domain is the government taking the land from private property owners, and there's a set of rules in the federal code about when you can use eminent domain for energy projects, but Donald Trump has said, you know what, if you want to do oil, coal, and gas, you don't have to follow the rules. You can even take people's private property by bypassing the rules for oil, gas, and coal, but of course not for wind and solar. You know, not for wind, solar, and battery, the clean energy that has been 95% of the power added to the grid just last year. So we know what the game is. You'll get it on the first day, big oil, and they did, and Donald Trump is now giving them an easy pass lane to speed by clean energy projects that are lower cost and cleaner because he told them he would do it if they supported his campaign. This is no emergency. It was declared for a corrupt purpose, and it is an unacceptable effort to undermine laws passed by the Article I branch. And so I am on the floor with my colleague, Senator Heinrich, and I'm going to yield to him in a second, to just ask Congress, be Congress. Be the Article I branch. If a president can just stand up and make up an emergency and then gut laws that Congress passed, what's to stop President Trump from making up another emergency and gutting other laws? What's to stop any president, Republican or Democrat, from fabricating a complete emergency and using it to gut laws that Congress has passed? You know, if President Trump doesn't like the Clean Water Act, I happen to like it. I don't think it's perfect, but the Clean Water Act has helped us restore the James River in the city of Richmond, where I live, which won an International River Prize a couple years ago as the most improved river in the United States, a river that was a sewer that was closed off to fishing for 50 years, now has fishing, swimming, rafting, kayaking, bald eagles that had been extinct along the river because of chemicals now breeding in one of the most dense populations of bald eagles in the United States. I like the Clean Water Act. I think it served a valuable purpose for 50 plus years, but maybe President Trump, who was elected, has decided that the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act or property rights protections have outlived their usefulness. And if he's decided that these laws have outlived their usefulness, well, he's got two Republican houses. He could introduce a bill to repeal the Clean Air Act or repeal the Clean Water Act. That would be the right way to do this, not invent a bogus fake emergency and unilaterally gut these laws. But the president's got a problem. If he introduced a bill to repeal the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act, not even Republicans, some Republicans would, but not even Republicans would support it. In two Republican houses, he would have zero luck in repealing these laws that have protected the public health and the environment. So his attitude is, wow, I could benefit my big oil cronies by repealing these laws, but that's a non-starter in the Article I branch. So why don't I just kick the Article I branch to the side, create a fake emergency and run them, and that's how I benefit my cronies. Congress should stand up against this and vote for Senate Joint Resolution 10 because it's the right policy, and we shouldn't gut these provisions except by doing it in the course of ordinary legislative business, should that be the will of the appropriate majority of both bodies. That would be the way to do this. So I'm asking my colleagues to stand up and support Senate Joint Resolution 11. This would be horrible policy, but more than a horrible policy on these laws, it would also set a horrible precedent. A precedent that a president of either party can invent a sham emergency and then grab away from Congress powers that Congress has under Article I. Let's not be sheep in this place. Let's not have this be the silence of the lambs, just doing whatever Donald Trump says he wants to do with the Article I branch, not saying a mumbling word, not willing to issue a peep, not showing a backbone, not showing a voice. We've got a backbone, we've got a voice, but more importantly, we took an oath to a Constitution that gives Congress certain powers. We should not let the president trample on those powers. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from Virginia for bringing this resolution to the floor. And it was a little less than a year ago, I met with workers at several manufacturing facilities in New Mexico. And these are the workers who are making the solar and wind technologies that are generating record quantities of clean, affordable, American-made energy. And at a groundbreaking ceremony for Array Technologies at their factory in Albuquerque, I met with over a dozen New Mexicans. And they told me about the impact of our investments on their lives, their ability to support their families. I talked with folks like Ramon Romero, who joined Array Technologies as an entry-level machinist, worked his way up to become, to have a career as a production manager. I met with Daniel Beltran, who explained how Array's expansion has created new job opportunities for himself and many others in his community. He told me that the company's growth has been life-changing for him. And I met with Ray Mudaluri, who spoke about how significant a role Array has played in supporting her growth as a young professional and her ability to serve her community. Here's what every one of those New Mexicans had in common. They were able to create better lives for themselves, better lives for their families, because of the jobs that were available for them. This is what I mean when I say these industries, these clean industries, are creating careers that New Mexicans and other Americans can build their families around in their home communities. And thanks to the investments that Democrats made in the last few years, we have seen record growth in new American manufacturing facilities. More than 400,000 new jobs have been announced across the country as part of this Made in America clean and affordable energy manufacturing boom. In New Mexico, we celebrated the first wind towers coming off the line at Arcosa Wind Towers, a new factory in Belen. It was a shuttered plastics factory. And now Arcosa's workers are creating the huge steel towers. They're heading straight to the SunZia Wind and Transmission Project, a 3.5 gigawatt project. That project, SunZia, brought in more than $20 billion to states like New Mexico and Arizona in capital. And when it comes online, it's going to generate more clean power with its wind turbines than the Hoover Dam. It is the largest ever built clean energy project in the Western Hemisphere. America is actually building big things again. So these projects have enormous scope, but our affordable, American-made energy boom is already under threat because of the uncertainty that President Trump has foisted on the energy sector. And if you're thinking about opening a new factory like Array or Arcosa did in my state, you don't know what your tax structure will be after the Republicans take up their Trump tax bill. If you're trying to site and build a new transmission line, the federal agencies and the staff that you work with just had their expert staff sacked, making it hard to get a permit when no one's on the other end of the phone. And thanks to Trump's so-called national energy emergency, many of the lowest cost, 100% clean additions to our grid can't get permits. Make no mistake, Americans' electric bills are going to go up. I'm going to say that again. Americans' electric bills are going to go up because Trump and his loyal Republicans are picking winners and losers on the power grid. That's why I'm joining my friend and colleague Senator Kaine to force a vote to put an end to all of this before any more damage is done. And I want to be clear about something, and certainly Senator Kaine raised this point, but America is the world's leading energy producer. And before Trump injected all of this uncertainty, our country was producing record quantities of both conventional and clean advanced energy. There is no energy emergency. It was made up to skirt the law. It was made up to favor some sources and not others. But if Trump gets his way, his faux declaration may very well create a real emergency. An energy emergency and an economic emergency. I also want to be clear to my colleagues across the aisle that this clean energy phenomenon has created 400,000 jobs around the country, but most of them are in Republican-led states. This is not a red states or blue states issue. This is about good-paying, blue-collar, skilled jobs in all of our states. So what's at risk because of all of this? Let's take a look. In North Carolina, there is a new nearly $13 billion Toyota battery plant, which will employ 5,000 workers. Where are we getting our batteries now? We're getting them from China. This is progress. This is putting Americans to work to make batteries here. In Louisiana, First Solar announced $1 billion for a new solar energy project that is projected to create 700 new jobs, making that technology here, not being dependent on China. In Kentucky, Ford is building a new battery plant which will employ another 5,000 workers and manufacturing batteries here instead of China. In Georgia, an estimated $1 billion in projects to modernize the power grid. And our power grid needs a heck of a lot of modernization. We're going to have more and more demands on this grid in coming years, especially with the growth of data centers and AI. $1 billion sidelined to upgrade that power grid in Georgia. Do we really want all these jobs to disappear because President Trump wants to create a war on affordable American-made clean energy? Do we want to import more batteries from China? I don't, because that's what's going to happen if we turn our backs on these factories and these energy sources. And among other things, Trump's so-called national energy emergency declaration would allow his administration to use eminent domain, one of the most controversial powers that a government can have, to take private land for oil and gas infrastructure at the expense of our American jobs and livelihoods. As we speak, President Trump's chaos and incompetence are jeopardizing and fueling the real energy emergency in our country. Trump's plans to eliminate dozens of advanced energy tax credits. Those have unleashed more than $165 billion in private sector capital, moving into over 1,000 factories and expansions across the country. The president has also halted many of the Department of Energy's loan guarantees, which will further jeopardize the U.S. energy manufacturing expansion and will lead to higher energy bills for millions of Americans. This is blatant hypocrisy, as Trump's favorite billionaire bro, Elon Musk, actually took a $465 million federal loan guarantee from that same department that literally saved Tesla from bankruptcy in 2010. And when these massive multi-billion-dollar construction projects stall, it's not Trump's billionaire friends who will suffer. It is everyday Americans who work in these factories. It's all the families who will be stuck with higher electric bills. And I want to emphasize something that my colleague from Virginia raised. More than 90% of the electricity generation projects currently in line to connect to the grid all across this nation in red states and in blue states, waiting interconnection, are clean energy projects. They are wind, solar, storage, nuclear. Just last year, 93% of new electric generation was carbon-free. That is a record. We added 52 gigawatts, 50 nuclear power generating station quantities worth of solar, wind, and storage to the grid in the last year alone. And there's a reason for that. In addition to being clean and carbon-free, and many of the big companies that procure energy care about that, these power sources are cheaper, they're faster, they're less capital intensive than older technologies like coal-fired plants or gas turbines. Put simply, clean energy is the cheapest electricity on the grid. You can see it right here. Onshore wind and solar, by far the cheapest. We got combined cycle natural gas, but guess what? You can't get a gas turbine these days. If you order a combined cycle natural gas turbine today, you're going to wait 3, 4, 5 years before that's actually delivered without permitting. Nuclear is great. I hope we build more of it, but we've got to get the cost down. It's 18 cents a kilowatt hour average. So if we don't plug these clean sources into the grid, especially in a time of surging demand, the outcome is obvious. Prices will go up. And it's not physically possible to stand up enough costly gas plants to keep growing our power demands and keep prices down. As I said, the wait times to just get a turbine is 4 or 5 years. If Trump has his way and keeps blocking American-made clean energy projects, we know that significantly higher energy and electricity costs are on the way. Is that what we want to do? Is it really we want to impose on working families that are already struggling to pay for eggs, or if they haven't crossed that off their grocery list already, the rising cost of milk, groceries going through the roof, rent payments going up, and we're going to increase their electric rates? Because that's what this fake emergency is going to do. You know, a couple of weeks ago, an Alabama utility company sent a letter to customers saying, sorry, you owe us another $100 because what we credited you based on the law is no longer valid. Trump's EO took that away. So pony up, write us another $100 in your electric bill this month. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. You know, advanced groups who do the analysis, folks like the Rhodium Group, have looked at what his crusade will mean regarding American clean energy investments and electricity costs. And they say that on average, Americans' families' electricity bills could go up by nearly $500 a year as a result of these actions. Trump's war on American-made clean energy is going to kill thousands of jobs in the skilled trades. Huge construction projects are going to get stalled. The biggest winner in all of this is going to be China. China wants to become even more dominant in the global renewable energy marketplace. They will happily take the private investment that could have gone to the United States and take those jobs back overseas. The biggest loser from this is our economic competitiveness, our national security, our families. Trump has claimed that his so-called national energy emergency order is needed to unleash more American fossil fuel development. He's also wrong about that. Not only is our production 13 million barrels a day on average, a little over that, is not only that record, is that not a record producing number, but oil and gas executives will tell you the truth. Look at what ConocoPhillips CEO said in response to a question about this. Would he really increase production with the gloves coming off? He said, not really. Why is that? It's because American oil and gas production is already at a record high, and it's not economically advantageous to push production further. I know this firsthand because we're producing more oil and gas in New Mexico than most other states combined, with the exception of one. Clearly, we need to put an end to this stunt that will fuel a real energy emergency, kill thousands of jobs, and raise electricity costs on American families. The most important decision of our energy future, worth hundreds of billions of dollars in private sector investment, factories, thousands of high-quality jobs, remains in the hands of our Senate Republican colleagues. If you want to have an all-of-the-above approach, if you want to continue to bring down energy costs, if you want to protect jobs for hardworking Americans in our states, and to help America remain the global leader in energy production, I would urge you to vote in support of this resolution and against higher electricity bills.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of my colleagues, Senator Heinrich and Senator Kane's resolution, and I appreciate when they caught part of their presentations, but I strongly support this resolution and want to also acknowledge one of the many reasons we vote for this resolution is because it's also Senator Kane's birthday, and I think nothing would be a better birthday present for my friend of 45 years, than having this body make a firm statement about being against rising utility costs. Their resolution, and I know they've spoken on it both extensively, would repeal President Trump's flawed and misguided national emergency declaration. Now, we all know on the first day, in the midst of signing Lord knows how many executive orders, President Trump declared a, quote, national energy emergency and issued an executive order titled Unleashing American Energy. Now, let me be clear. I, frankly, have some fights on this side of the aisle, Mr. President, because I actually support all of the above in terms of our energy mix. You know, part of that does mean LNG and national security reasons to make sure we ship it to our partners in Europe. It also means we need to bring more of these energy jobs back here to America. Had a fascinating presentation yesterday with the CEO of Commonwealth Fusion. And I said, Commonwealth Fusion is a company out of Massachusetts, but they're making a major development in Virginia. We've been talking about fusion since the 70s. Those kind of jobs ought to be here in America, and they can provide an abundance of energy. But if you actually read the President's executive order, you'll see he's not really about promoting energy security. He's interested in, frankly, only favoring certain parts of the energy sector. And I think that's a huge mistake. I have the honor of have been the chair of the Intelligence Committee, now the vice chair of the Intelligence Committee. And I think one of the things we've tried to do on the Intelligence Committee is redefine national security so it's not simply who has the most tanks and guns, but who wins the battle for technology. And if we're going to win the battle for technology, and particularly in AI, that is going to require enormous amounts of additional energy in the United States. And it is terribly important that the United States remain in its role now as being the world's energy leader. But the truth is, China has also made this kind of commitment. And in certain ways, China, although they're still using many times coal-based power, they've made massive investments in renewable energy. Today, China is the world's top supplier of long-duration energy storage batteries, solar panels, and wind turbines. Just last year, China added 357 gigawatts of solar and wind generation. That's nearly 100 more gigawatts of renewable energy than the U.S. added. That's why Congress said we got to catch up. And in a very bipartisan way, with both the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, made a record set of investments to incentivize the build-out of a 21st century energy economy here in the United States so we can actually beat China in these fields. Unfortunately, the President, through his quote-unquote Unleashing American Energy executive order, is actually attempting to rein in or potentially reverse much of the progress that's been made. His executive order actually calls for the pause of any disbursement of funds lawfully appropriated and obligated by the Inflation Reduction Act or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Now, that unlawful withholding of funds, which already has been rejected by the courts, and I know my colleague from Virginia has already said this, really jeopardizes a whole lot of large-scale manufacturing projects around the country. And I don't know if Senator Kane mentioned, but a number of those projects are in Virginia. We've worked years with our Republican governor to try to get these projects funded. and they include things in solar, in wind, that are extraordinarily important. And they were funded because they would support this growth of American energy. Now, good gracious, they printed this on both sides of the paper. So I will cut to the chase, though. The fact is, what President Trump did on that first day, by putting out this executive order, which denies the fact that America is already the energy leader in the world. We need to make additional investments in cutting-edge additional energies, where China is making these investments: solar, wind, battery. I'm a big advocate for small modular nukes, both fission and fusion, which I've talked about. And a lot of that comes from funding from the infrastructure bill and the IRA. Why in the heck would we put a halt on all of that? Why in the heck would we cut back on cutting-edge energy investment in the United States? Why would we cut back on American energy jobs? I'm all for the natural gas jobs that are coming out of the presiding officer state. I'm all for all of the above. Why restrain us, though, in areas where we've got some catching up to do? I think about fusion again. We're going to spend about $800 million, hopefully, in some of this legislation. China's spending about twice that amount. So if we want to truly create the ample sources of energy that is needed in the United States, if we want those jobs to be in America, if we want to think about a national security regime where we are the leader in the world in cutting-edge energy, then we have to support Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution to overturn this phony national energy emergency. If we don't, and we give up on these projects that have been vetted, some for years, then we, frankly, are going to allow our national security to fall behind China. Because I can assure you, I get classified briefs on a regular basis. China is not giving up in investment in all these new domains. China is pedal to the metal on the all of the above energy strategy. That should be our strategy as well. And I urge all my colleagues to support Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution. And I look forward to that vote later today. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. All right. Mr. President,
Senator from North Dakota.
are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I come to the floor today to discuss our continued efforts to reverse the Biden administration's regulatory overreach, specifically as it relates to energy. This includes our efforts to work with President Trump to unleash America's full energy potential and truly make our nation energy dominant. Not just energy secure, but energy dominant. Energy security is national security, and so it's vitally important for our country. We've worked diligently in the Senate to swiftly confirm President Trump's cabinet officials, and we continue to do that. We made it a priority to ensure that the President's department heads are in place as we work to empower the U.S. to produce more energy from all of its abundant and affordable coal, oil, and gas reserves. Key to this effort was confirming Doug Burgum of North Dakota from my state as Interior Secretary, Chris Wright to be Energy Secretary, Doug Burgum to be Interior Secretary, Chris Wright to be Energy Secretary, and Lee Zeldin to serve as Administrator of the EPA. And we look forward to working with President Trump's newly established National Energy Dominance Council, chaired by Secretary Burgum and vice-chaired by Secretary Wright. We also continue legislative efforts to get our country back to energy dominance. Soon the Senate will vote on my resolution to nullify the Democrats' natural gas tax rule using the Congressional Review Act. We'll be voting on that today. This new tax was mandated by the Democrats in their so-called Inflation Reduction Act. It should have been called the Inflation Acceleration Act. Not only did it increase spending for their Green New Deal, it also put taxes on things like natural gas. No wonder under their watch inflation went up to 9%. And that hits low-income, hardworking Americans the hardest of all. So we're going to change that. Now, this tax, actually puts a fee on emissions from facilities that produce natural gas, starts at $900 a ton, goes up from there, eventually up to $1,500 per ton. So essentially what you're looking at is putting a 5% plus added tax on natural gas. Now think about that. Everybody uses natural gas to heat their homes or to cook their meals and for many other purposes as well. So it's a tax on every consumer, and it's regressive. It hits low-income individuals the hardest. You'll have and this, of course, has a disproportionate effect on small oil and gas producers in states like mine, in North Dakota, Montana, and other states. It hits small businesses the hardest, and of course, ultimately is paid by consumers. And will impact the energy bill of consumers across the country who, as I said, are already struggling with high inflation because of the Biden administration. Today, the United States is the world's largest oil and gas producer, and at the same time, we've led the world in emission reductions. And here's a stat I'm going to talk about for a minute, and it's important to focus on this, because at the very same time that the Biden administration is putting additional taxes and fees on natural gas, we are reducing emissions from natural gas. So, since 1990, we have reduced emissions from methane by 20%. Now that sounds pretty good, right? 20% reduction in methane emissions since 1990. But think about this. In that same time, we've doubled how much natural gas we produce. So we've doubled the amount of natural gas we produced and still reduced overall emissions by 20%. Remarkable. Remarkable. So the Biden and the Democrats' response to that is, well, gee whiz, let's raise taxes on everybody that uses natural gas. And obviously, not only does that drive up prices, it curtails production, and instead, what we need to do is support the innovation and empower the technology development that have enabled us to reduce emissions while producing more natural gas. That's the answer. That's the solution. That's exactly what President Trump and Republicans have done and will continue to do, and that is an important part of, again, making our country truly energy dominant. We're also working with the Trump administration to replace the Biden administration's rules that closed off access to vast areas of taxpayer-owned energy resources. So that includes both offshore and onshore. For example, in my state, the Bureau of Land Management, BLM's public lands rule essentially enables environmental groups to lock away federal coal, oil, and gas reserves under the argument that they're somehow undertaking conservation. The reality is, in North Dakota, for example, this Biden administration knew what they call their resource management plan closes off leasing to 45% of the federal oil and gas acreage in our state and nearly 99% of federal coal. But it doesn't just end there. When they close off those federal lands from development, they also impact everybody else because federal minerals are often co-located in our state and other states with privately owned minerals under non-federal surface acreage. Their resource management plan prevents other mineral holders and owners, private owners, from exercising their private property rights and limits the ability to develop minerals that are owned by the state, by the tribes, and by private individuals. That's why I'm working with Senator Kramer, Congressman Fedorchak, and Secretary Burgum to overturn the BLM's resource management plan and maximize access to North Dakota's energy resources. And that approach is not just important in my state, it is vital for energy-producing states across the country. This truly is about taking the handcuffs off our energy producers and empowering them to increase supply and help bring down prices for American families and businesses. There is an energy component in every product and service that we consume. And when we make energy more plentiful and bring down that price, that helps reduce inflation. When we bring down energy and make it more plentiful, that helps us grow our economy, create more jobs and opportunities, and in fact, not only provide for national security through energy security, but help our allies as well so that they are not dependent on Russia or on OPEC or on Venezuela or anyone else, any of those bad actors for their energy because they can get it from the United States. All these things go with producing more energy. All those benefits, all those things go with truly making America energy dominant. That's absolutely, with President Trump, that is absolutely what Republicans intend to do. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, President Biden liked to be able to say over and over again that we're producing records amounts of oil and gas. Some of my Democratic colleagues have even come to this floor in the last couple of days and have said, we don't have an energy emergency. Those two things together are kind of a message going out to the American people. There's nothing to see here, move along, everything's fine on energy. But if you talk to electricity generation companies, regional distribution networks, and ask them, how are things going with electricity generation? How are we doing with capacity? They will give you a very different story. The feeling is when you walk into your own house and flick on the lights and the lights turn on, you're like, yeah, the lights are fine, there is no emergency. But if you talk to the electric company behind it and say 2 years from now, what does it look like for capacity for you? They will probably shake their head and say, we have a problem coming. Now, we can either deal with that problem 2 years from now when we're having brownouts and don't have enough electricity, or we can deal with it now. I would rather deal with it now so we don't have the challenges ahead. How do you do that? Continue to be energy dominant, and actually the energy that we're producing here in the United States, and to be able to make sure that we're producing truly all of the above energy, but we're actually producing energy at a price Americans can afford at the amount Americans need. If we're going to be the world leader in AI, if we're going to be the world leader in data centers, if we're going to be the world leaders in innovation, you can't be that if you don't have the power behind it. And you can't be that if the price continues to go up, 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 up for continued subsidies. Under the Biden administration, the price of gasoline went up 30%. 30% in 4 years. Under the Biden administration in 4 years, the price of electricity nationwide went up 28%. Every American feels it. When we pay our light bill, when we put gas in our car, we feel it. So now the question is, what do we do about it? How do we actually engage to be able to make this better? Well, there's multiple things that we can do. We've already started some of those already. Quite frankly, President Trump, in his earliest days in office, stepped in and started the process of turning around some of the policies to increase more American energy, and so we can begin to bring prices down and availability up. Because sometimes it's not just about price, it's making sure 2 years from now we're not running out and we're not having brownouts all across the entire nation in our electric grid. So there are a couple things that President Trump did right away. He actually changed all the cancellation of leases in Alaska to actually drill in the area, literally set aside decades ago for drilling. That's an area that should be a no-brainer. But the Biden administration stepped in and says, no, we're not going to allow anyone to drill in the area set aside for oil exploration in Alaska, and canceled that. President Trump canceled the mandate for electric vehicles, not because he hates electric vehicles. There happens to be a guy that hangs around him a lot that runs a company that sells electric vehicles. The problem is not electric vehicles. The problem is the mandate to try to force Americans to be able to shift to that, and we don't see that in the grid. Quite frankly, the electric grid is not prepared even for Americans to be able to do all electric vehicles, and frankly, most Americans aren't either. If you talk to Oklahomans in rural areas and say, are you willing to have an electric vehicle when it is 35 miles to the next town from where you are, and to be able to take the risk, they're not. And even for a lot of our farmers and ranchers that will say, well, there's an electric pickup out there. If you ask the question, how far does that electric pickup go if you're towing a trailer? The answer you will get from the manufacturers is 80 miles. You know what? Our farmers and ranchers need to go a little farther than 80 miles with their vehicles. So there's a lot of issues that are out there, and to be able to take the mandate away and said, let people choose to buy what vehicle they want to be able to choose, we just think is a better option. And quite frankly, with our grid not prepared for the strain on that long term, it's a wiser option for everybody in the process. Decisive action has been taking place in the issue about drilling in federal waters. President Biden, literally in the final hours of his administration, put a ban on actually drilling on 625 million acres offshore. 625 million acres that have oil and gas in them. President Biden just banned it. Well, President Trump flipped that and said, no, we're going to allow that to be able to happen, quite frankly, as every other president has on that. So these are basic things the president can do and has done. But what do we as Congress need to be able to do? We've engaged in several areas already. We've chipped away at what's called the methane fee that's been put on. Every single homeowner that has a hot water tank that uses natural gas, or even their electricity that's coming to their house is produced by natural gas, or they cook with natural gas, had a new fee added onto them at the end of the Biden administration. We have now voted to be able to take that away and to say we're not going to raise the prices of everybody because they happen to use natural gas to cook their food or to be able to heat their homes or heat their hot water or they get electricity from as well. We've also now voted on quite frankly, a regulation that was done by the Biden administration at the very end of their time that was intentionally designed to be able to raise the price of offshore oil drilling, where they intentionally placed a new fee on any company that's drilling offshore that could be $1 million per well. The reason for that is to try to block more development offshore on that. What does that actually do? That doesn't decrease the need that we have in the country. It increases the number of imports that are coming into our country. So we're buying more from Saudi Arabia, more from Venezuela, rather than actually producing from our own jobs in our own locations. I don't have a problem with all the above energy. In fact, I've had this conversation with multiple people in this body. I'm willing to put the Oklahoma portfolio for energy against any state that's here as far as our use of renewables versus fossil fuels. 45% of the electricity produced in my state today is done with wind. We do wind, solar, we do hydro, we do oil, gas, coal. But we're working to be able to make sure that we can actually produce electricity that is needed for manufacturing and for our homes. That shouldn't be a difficult issue for us. That should be what it's actually all about. Quite frankly, the frustration that we've had is this has been a challenge for energy companies just to produce energy in the last 4 years. This is something that should be normal. America needs energy. Every single American needs energy. Every person sitting in this room or watching this right now is using energy. We need access to that. So let's find the best ways to be able to do it. A couple things that we're working on right now. One is I have a bill dealing that we're talking about with the tax treatments that we're all debating right now as well on this floor, called Promoting Domestic Energy Production Act. That act is very straightforward. It treats oil and gas companies the exact same way for taxation as every other manufacturer is treated. Now, a lot of Americans may say, well, they're not treated the same now. No. When Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which was bizarrely named because actually inflation spiked after that with all they put into it. When the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, it created a new tax on oil and gas companies specifically designed to be able to reduce new wells coming into America and increase the price of oil and gas. That was the design of it, because their goal was if they can make it so expensive to get gasoline, then more people would actually run to an electric vehicle and they would buy an electric vehicle. Well, guess what's happening? The more expensive for gasoline is definitely happening, but more and more people aren't running to an electric vehicle. They want to be able to choose, and that's a pretty fair option for them for that. So the bill that I have actually moves us back to treating oil and gas companies the exact same way as every other manufacturer is treated in our tax policy. There's another bill that's not just an oil and gas bill. It's called the Align Act. This handles what we call bonus depreciation. When a company actually buys a big piece of capital equipment, they're going to pay their tax that year on it, but they have to decide for that big piece of equipment how many years it takes to be able to depreciate the value of that. The Align Act just says in the year that you bought it, you can also depreciate it. You can take it off your taxes. Now, this doesn't change the amount of income coming into the federal treasury one bit. You're either going to have it over several years or you're going to have it over 1 year. It doesn't change the amount at all. But it does make a huge difference to that business in the year they do a big capital investment, that they also get to write that off on that same year. Well, I think it's just good policy to be able to say, let's incentivize every manufacturer to be able to do additional manufacturing. Our economy needs it right now, because when they do more manufacturing, that's more jobs in the country. And for energy, that means more pipelines, more capabilities to be able to move energy at a cheaper rate. Those are common sense things that don't hurt our deficit as a nation, but actually benefit our economy and benefit jobs. Energy policy should be just common sense conversation. It shouldn't be political. It should be, what do Americans need? And we should look beyond just today that the lights are on. We should at least look 2 years in the future and to say what's about to happen in the country with our electric grid, anticipate the problems that are coming, make changes in policy here to make sure we don't have an emergency there. So let's declare the American energy emergency. Let's fix it before we have the challenges that are coming in just a few short months. With that, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Across America, 1.3 million people live in nursing homes. Many of us have parents, grandparents, or other loved ones who rely on these homes for care and community in their golden years. We understand just how vital nursing homes are, whether it's in urban, suburban, or rural areas, to help seniors in our country thrive. But unfortunately, a federal rule that is still in place from the Biden era is putting many of America's nursing homes in jeopardy, especially those in our rural communities. Last year, under President Biden, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services finalized a rule that placed strict, unrealistic regulations on nursing homes. The rule requires a registered nurse to be present 24/7 in these homes and requires 3.5 daily hours of dedicated nursing care for each resident. If this rule is not stopped, the regulations will be imposed on every nursing home in America over the next few years. It does sound nice to be able to have a nurse on hand in nursing homes every moment of the day or night. But that's not the reality. The reality is that these homes are already facing historic staffing shortages. Across the country, nursing homes lost more than 200,000 workers from February 2020 to December 2022. These shortages have already caused many nursing homes to close down. Since 2015, 44 nursing homes and 35 assisted living facilities have shut their doors in my state, in Nebraska alone. These closures deprived Nebraskans of over 3,000 beds. They hurt seniors who wanted to stay in their home community, to be close to their family, to be close to their friends. This CMS rule will worsen this crisis. According to the agency itself, 75% of America's nursing homes will have to increase staffing to comply with this regulation. Under the Biden administration's rule, nursing homes now have to scramble so that they can find staff in the midst of these really overwhelming shortages. If they fail, they have to shut their doors. They have to deprive seniors of care and housing. And that's why today, Mr. President, I reintroduce legislation to stop this Biden-era rule in its tracks. My Protecting Rural Seniors Access to Care Act will prevent the rule's misguided requirements from going into full effect. It will also establish an advisory panel on the nursing home workforce representing various stakeholders, including members from rural and underserved areas. This will ensure that the government hears voices outside the big cities, those big cities on the coast, when it comes to our nursing homes. Nursing homes are few and far between in rural areas of our country. If one facility closes, the next closest one, it could be many miles or even many hours away. Just one closure could be detrimental to seniors in some of our communities. But if our nursing homes stay open, seniors won't have to face that upheaval of finding a new place to live, of moving, of leaving their home communities, leaving their loved ones, leaving their friends, and having that upheaval in their final years. They won't have to leave their family. They won't have to leave loved ones. They won't have to experience the loneliness, the uncertainty, the depression that can come along with moving to an unfamiliar place. My bill advocates for these seniors, for their care, and for their families. It fights for our rural communities and for our nursing homes in my state of Nebraska and across this country. I will keep pushing for this legislation until the President signs it into law so that we can protect our seniors from a rule that would only harm them, harm their families, and harm their caretakers. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Just the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
From West Virginia,
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be allowed to address the Senate while seated when necessary.
Without objection.
Well, to this great Senate body and to all of you, I'll speak from my heart. I won't have hardly any notes, but I'll speak from my heart about something that I think is absolutely the key to Emerald City, and that's all about energy. Absolutely, I'm an energy guy. I'm from an energy state. In my backyard, 2/3 of the population of this entire country is within a rock's throw of West Virginia. If we don't watch out, we're going to awaken to a situation as far as energy in this country that is really, really, really bad. I believe this with all my soul, that Secretary Burgum is a really good man. And I always called him the pick of the litter. I think President Trump's nominees are absolutely great. But with all that being said, I think about Doug Burgum, our Secretary of the Interior, a guy that is super smart, really, really experienced, compassionate, and has an unbelievable knowledge. Now, with all that being said, if we could just go back to just this, we could think about Chris Wright, Chris Wright gets it. He knows what we need to do. And if you just step one step further, I would just say just this. President Donald Trump understands it. He knows exactly just this, and this is all there is to it. Energy is everything, Mr. President. It is everything right now. It solves the inflation bubble. It insulates us from the standpoint of wars all over the place. Why in the world do we in America need to blow our own legs off and turn China loose, India loose, whomever it may be? That's what we're doing. I'm an absolute believer, and you've seen it in West Virginia if you're paying attention. I'm an absolute believer to embrace all the energy forms. We did, 100%. But if you believe today that we can do without our fossil fuels, our great fossil fuels, and absolutely if you think we can do without them today, I say you're living in a cave. You're absolutely living in fantasy land. Absolutely. If you don't believe that today, a year and a half from today, that we're going to have a crisis in this country off the chart as far as electricity, you need to wake up, because that is what is coming. Now, let me even go one step further. And let me just say just this. Let's just say we awaken to an opportunity of AI, data centers, whatever it may be, industry, manufacturing, whatever it may be. Do we want to say, no, we can't do that? We can't do that. Because we're going to be in a situation with our grid and with our energy production in a year and a half from today. I promise you, a year and a half from today, we're going to be in a situation that we're going to have to decide, are we going to have opportunity and jobs and manufacturing and AI and data centers? Are we going to have that? Or are we going to choose with our electricity amounts that we have, we're either going to be able to support industry or we're going to have to support homes? For God's sakes a living, we don't want to go and get cold. We don't want to be hot in the summer. We don't need a choice between industry and our homes. What we need to be doing is exactly what I'm saying. We got to realize that energy is the key to everything here. That's all there is to it. You know, it does solve all the things that I've already said, whether it be inflation or you know, all the war situation or our national security and on and on and on. But there's something else that it does. And it just does just simply just this. We have a $37 trillion. None of us have any comprehension what $1 trillion really is. None of us has any can possibly imagine what $1 trillion is. We've got a $37 trillion deficit. How are we going to get out of it? Please tell me. Please tell me how we're going to get out of it. First of all, what we should do is mind the store. That's what we've got to do. Mind the store. That's the first thing you have to do. That means cut as much waste as we possibly can. But after we do all of that, I'll bet you this in every way. See, I'm a business guy. I'm not a politician. You can tell by the way I talk. For crying out loud, I'm a business guy. With all that being said, I have never have I seen a situation to where you can cut your way out of a problem. We will absolutely have to mind the store. President Trump is dead on point. The Doge is absolutely real, and we can absolutely make a real dent. But it won't be a dent nearly big enough. At the end of the day, the only way you can truly get your way out of a mess, mind the store, and then grow. That's what we got to do. You've got to grow revenue. Say what you want, but at the end of the day, you've got to grow revenue. How are you going to grow revenue in America? Well, for God's sakes, a living, the last thing on the planet that anybody would ever want to do is raise taxes. That'd be the worst thing we could possibly do. That would kill us in every way imaginable. We need to be supportive of President Trump's tax cuts. We absolutely need to grow revenue one way. This is the only way to do it in West Virginia. You won't hear me all the time just standing up on a soapbox going on and on. But really, this is a West Virginia guy that is telling America and telling the world just this. We sit on so much energy, it's off the chart. Why can't we be Saudi Arabia? I mean, for crying out loud, it absolutely is the answer, period. If you want to grow revenue in this country, absolutely it will start with energy and it will end with energy. That's all there is to it. Think about this just for 1 second. Every single country in the world, the gigantic countries or the real small countries, every country in the world today, the people will live longer and the people will be healthier if they have more energy. Guarantee it. Every single country in the world, the more energy they have, the longer their people live, and the healthier they are. Absolutely, just go back and think just one more thing. Civilization only progressed with abundant, cheap energy. And now it's abundant, cheap, clean energy. America produces the cleanest energy on the planet. Our coals are so clean, it's unbelievable compared to China's coals or other countries. Absolutely, our natural gas is so good, it is off the chart. Embrace all the alternatives. All the wind, all the solar, embrace them all. But for gosh sakes of living, you cannot forget the very thing that God above gave us in our fossil fuels. So with all that being said, I didn't even look at the notes, but I would just say to you just this. We have a real opportunity in America today, a real opportunity to move forward in a way that absolutely can solve a lot of the riddle. The riddle's tough. The riddle's tough, and absolutely when you step back from it and you think about, well, what are we going to do? Here's a guy that's come to you not as a politician. I came to you not as a 40-year-old, aspiring to someday being the chairman of some committee. I came to you with white hair as a 73-year-old because of one reason and one reason alone. I'm eat up with being a patriot. I'm the real deal. I challenge the media all the time, tell me something that knowingly I've told you is not true. They can't do it because I'm going to tell the truth. My parents taught me that. It's not okay to just tell anything and say, oh, that's just politics in my world. It's not. I am telling you from my heart, as a business guy and absolutely as a West Virginian, but first and foremost as an American. I love you with everything in me. I love this country with every single thing in me. I want nothing but goodness. I don't want one thing for me. Nothing. I don't want the next hot tip. I don't need the next perk. I don't need the next invite. I don't want a thing for me. I am telling you, energy is our ticket. It's everything. It always has been everything. Now, we got to do something about it. America, you got to listen to me on this one. We got to do something about it, and we got to do something about it right now. I mean, there's a bad day coming, and it's coming right at us like a freight train. Let's do something about it, America. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you so much for having me. And Mr. President, I guess now if I follow these guidelines correctly and make sure that I do, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, the American people are being told, once again, not to trust their own eyes. Democrats are telling them not to worry about their soaring electricity bills. They're telling them to ignore rolling blackouts. Republicans are just fear-mongering, they say. But, of course, the reality is that Americans have seen the power shortages. They've paid the higher bills. They've felt the weight of the past 4 years of the failed policies of the Biden administration. And we cannot ignore the resulting crisis anymore. The power grid is buckling. Energy demand is exploding. And the very people who created this mess are now telling us, quite audaciously, that there is no emergency. Why? Well, they claim that the United States is producing more energy than we have in American history. But what they conveniently omit is that we're consuming more energy than at any time in American history, and we're expected to need much, much more within just the next few years. Much more than we're producing, much more than we ever have produced. So it's not enough to just look at how much we're producing relative to what we have produced in the past when you don't take into account the demand, what we need. And what we need is going way, way up. Now, according to Goldman Sachs, artificial intelligence alone, just artificial intelligence, nothing else, not population growth, not any other uses, household or industrial, of energy. Just artificial intelligence alone is likely to drive a 160% increase in data center power demand by 2030. The largest data centers can consume more power than 700,000 households. That's equivalent to the energy use of a city of 1.8 million people. But there's no emergency, according to them. According to the sponsors of this resolution, this is just a handout. It's a handout to big oil, as they characterize it. Now, good luck with that. Try telling that to the American families and businesses that struggled during the January 2025 polar vortex when the U.S. power grid was pushed to its absolute limits. Electricity demand hit historic highs, forcing grid operators to rely heavily on coal and natural gas, the very sources of power that Democrats want to eliminate and have been working aggressively with some effectiveness to do precisely that, to eliminate, just to keep the lights on. It's not big oil that will suffer in the winters if we fail to keep the power on. Across multiple power market regions, electricity demand during that event set new single-day records as heating demand across sectors spiked. In response, grid operators had to rely heavily on dispatchable generation, primarily coal and natural gas, to ensure system reliability and stabilize supply during the extreme event. Now, during that time, coal-fired power plants dramatically increased their electric power output. That is, those coal-fired power plants that have not yet been torn down at the demand of Democratic-backed policies. In many regions, coal capacity factors soared above 80%, far exceeding typical winter levels. On the other hand, wind and solar were challenged by unfavorable weather conditions. On peak days, wind and solar generated only 3% and 0.2% of the incremental electricity needed to meet demand. But what exactly are Democrats worried about? What's their concern? Amidst that very emergency, which if that's not an emergency, I don't know what is. So what is it that they're worried about? Well, not grid failures, not surging energy costs, not the reliability of our power supply. No, they're concerned that President Trump is making things worse by canceling the wind and solar projects that failed to generate enough power to meet demand at those peak moments when it was so badly needed. They're using the same old playbook that they always have. Do anything to prevent President Trump from getting a win, regardless of whether his policies might actually bring relief to the American people, which, of course, they would. Mr. President, I've spent my career fighting against unchecked executive power. I authored the Article 1 Act to curb the abuse of presidential emergency declarations, requiring congressional approval within 30 days. But let me be clear, this is not an abuse of those powers. Not by a mile, not at all, not in any way, shape, or form. It is a real emergency. And if President Trump's declaration were put to a vote today, this chamber would affirm it. Congress has had countless chances to fix this problem and failed every time. Republicans have fought for years to reform our outdated permitting laws, only to be met with Democratic resistance at every turn. NEPA, the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, Democrats treat these laws as if they were sacred texts, untouchable even when they're clearly broken. A sacred text that can't be not just repealed, but even amended meaningfully to avert the disaster that they've created, especially created in the hands of the previous administration. Now, at this moment, we hear that they're ready to play ball. Now and only now do they say, oh, yeah, we need to deal with this. Now, if that's true, great. But let's see. If Democrats are serious about fixing it, now is the time to prove it. Until Congress acts, how can anyone really blame the president for stepping in to address this emergency, which it is, which it has become, which it undeniably is? In some cases, an emergency can be created by the government itself, or at least severely exacerbated. And that is the case here. His executive order tells agencies to do exactly what Congress has neglected to do for years. Exactly what Congress has been unable to do, in large part because Democrats have resisted that, getting back to the sacred text theory of these same laws that have become part of the problem. However, rather than working with President Trump and Republicans in a productive way to try to make energy more accessible for Americans and more reliable, and of course, remain affordable, Senate Democrats are forcing a vote on a resolution to terminate President Trump's declaration and reinstate the restrictive energy policies from the Biden administration's Green New Deal. Look, Mr. President, at where those policies have left us, where they've put us, where we are, and where we're headed. Energy prices increased by 30.54%. Gasoline prices increased by 30.5%. Electricity prices increased by 28.55%, and natural gas prices increased by 33.3%. Meanwhile, Democrats' message to American families is clear. Pay more, expect less. It's this sort of gospel of scarcity. The idea that we have to live off of scarcity because that's what they demand, because government wants it that way for reasons that only they can fully articulate, but that the American people do not find persuasive. This is a problem. The United States is, in fact, in an energy emergency. Not because of a lack of resources, but because the Biden administration's unrelenting regulatory assault on domestic oil and gas production in blind adherence to the climate cartel has put us in this position. Now, President Biden's executive orders, including his orders that he issued on his very first day as President of the United States back in January of 2021, pausing all new oil and gas leasing on federal lands, where nearly 25% of U.S. oil production occurs, significantly hindered U.S. energy independence. Even after courts mandated the resumption of these leasing programs, essential to our energy development, Secretary Haaland slow-walked the process, offering the fewest acres for lease since World War II and holding a record low number of offshore lease sales. The chilling effect of the Biden administration's anti-production policies is as undeniable as it is indefensible as a matter of public policy. Oil companies are withdrawing from investments in federal lands due to the uncertainty created by erratic leasing decisions and hostile regulatory policies. Now, let's remember, of course, Mr. President, that this is made more severe by virtue of the fact that the United States government is not just the largest landowner in the United States, but it owns around 28%, between 1/4 and 1/3 of all land in the United States. We compound that by giving enormous discretion to federal land management agencies, to the executive branch. Then you put in place an administration that wants to preach and live by the gospel of scarcity, and that's a recipe for disaster. Biden's EPA contributed meaningfully to the problem as well. The Biden EPA introduced methane fees starting at $900 per metric ton in 2025, increasing to $1,500 over just a fairly short period of time. That imposes significant financial burdens on producers, particularly small operators. Now, lest anyone led by the Democratic talking points might be tempted to look at this and say, oh, but they're businesses. They can afford it. Suck it up. Just deal with it. That's not really who pays for this, Mr. President. No, these things get passed on. The wealthy folks, at least the wealthy folks who own these businesses, they're not the ones hardest hit by this. Those hardest hit are American families, particularly in sort of the low and middle income brackets. Those who, like so many Americans, live paycheck to paycheck. It's those people whose way of life, whose livelihood, whose ability to afford life is so dramatically affected by these regulatory intrusions into the marketplace. Those are the people who get hurt, and that really is a problem. Meanwhile, as our domestic production slows, our reliance on foreign oil increases. In 2023, we imported 1.3 million barrels per day from OPEC, up nearly 50% from 2020 levels. Meanwhile, critical mineral dependencies on foreign nations, particularly China, threaten everything from titanium in pacemakers and cobalt in batteries to copper in transmission lines and antimony in semiconductors. The absence of just one of these minerals would devastate the sectors they serve. And yet the Biden administration, with its vast discretion, as it invented and reinvented federal regulations, and as it presided over this Byzantine labyrinth of federal regulations, laws put in place by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, can make those things much worse. And it did make those things much worse. And the American people, hardworking Americans, are paying too high a price. Mr. President, the American people are done. They're done with Joe Biden's failed policies. Over 77 million Americans voted for President Trump just a few months ago. And a recent poll shows 60% of Americans support expanding American oil and gas production. Senate Republicans will not let Democrats delay and obstruct any longer. They've created and exacerbated an emergency. President Trump is addressing it as the law allows him to do. We will ensure the President has the tools necessary to deliver the results that the American people justifiably expect, demanded, and truly do deserve. Because the facts are undeniable. America is in an energy emergency because of the federal government, and specifically because of the previous administration's failed policies. Instead of embracing abundant, affordable, and reliable energy, Democrats, again preaching and living by the gospel of scarcity, in which they're so closely wedded, are doubling down on a radical agenda that's made everything from gasoline to electricity more expensive for working families. And remember, when the prices of those energy inputs goes up, so too does the price of everything else, because it becomes more expensive to make, to process, to buy, to sell, to transport, all of those same things. Instead of learning from those failures, Senate Democrats are trying to block President Trump from taking action to fix it. What, are they too afraid that their own policies will be exposed as the source of a significant amount of the problem? Well, you have to ask them about that, but one could certainly make that argument, and it certainly appears to many that this is the case. They're standing in the way of relief for American families, hoping that if they delay long enough, the American people will simply accept high costs as the new normal. Only in Washington could you light the house on fire and then act shocked when someone else tries to put it out. Make no mistake, Mr. President, that is exactly what's happening here. We refuse to let that happen. We applaud President Trump for taking action to address an emergency created by our own government, presided over, directed, embraced, and now defended by the Democratic Party. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I join my colleague from Utah, the chairman of the Energy Committee, in speaking today in clear opposition to the Senate Joint Resolution 10, which would terminate the energy emergency that has been declared by President Trump. I think my colleagues here on both sides of the aisle know that I'm not afraid to suggest when I think the president may be heading in the wrong direction. But folks, on this one, he is absolutely, positively, clearly hit the mark. And I think that the chairman of the Energy Committee has outlined in pretty good detail how that has come about. We know that our country is blessed with extraordinary assets. We have the potential to become the world's leading resource superpower. But in order to do that, we have to be able to produce more energy domestically. And that means we have to be able to extract more minerals. We have to be able to build more transmission lines. We need to be able to overhaul what is clearly a broken federal permitting process. And we can do this. We can do this in a way that is cheaper, that is more reliable, more clean, really, than any other nation in the world. But we've got to kind of dig out now from where we have been over these past 4 years, where we saw setback after setback for resource-producing states like mine, the state of Alaska. Let me give you a little detail in terms of what we're facing in the state of Alaska, a state that, again, is known for its resource wealth. But right now, in the south central part of the state, we're on the verge of importing LNG to meet the needs of some 75% of our population during the colder winter months. I'll just repeat that. Alaska, the place where everybody knows we've got extraordinary oil resources. We have extraordinary natural gas potential, not only in the North Slope, but down in Cook Inlet. Well, Cook Inlet reserves are on the decline, and we are actually talking about importing LNG from Canada. That ought to just be considered a non-starter for anyone who knows and understands the extraordinary potential for resource development that we have in our state with the wealth that we have. Right now, in some of our remote communities across the state, residents are truly in what I would describe as an energy emergency. They might not use that term anymore because they've just gotten so used to the fact that they're paying so much to keep their lights on and to keep warm. We have residents in many communities that are spending up to 1/2 of their incomes on energy, just to, again, to keep the lights on and to keep warm. Think about what that means when you're spending half of what you make for just the basic necessities. It means that you have less to feed your family, to educate your kids. We've got communities where power costs 10 times the national average, where gasoline can easily exceed $10 a gallon, and that includes diesel as well. And those costs, of course, impact everything, because you've got to move your food, your goods, usually by airplane, sometimes over the water, sometimes you're able to drive it. But when you're paying this much for diesel, for gasoline, for avgas, it impacts everything. So it's not unusual to go into a village store, and if you can find a gallon of milk, see that it costs 18 bucks a gallon. I do my comparison shopping by checking the prices of a box of Tide. People need to be able to wash their clothing, to just for sanitary purposes. You can almost in every village that I'm going to, you're looking at prices over $50 a box, $50 for a box of Tide laundry detergent. And it's not because Tide is any more expensive than anything else. It's just the reality of what we're paying there. So I think we've got an energy emergency when it comes to affordability. Right now, in our state, we also have an oil pipeline that is just 1/4 filled. We've had this pipeline been pumping oil safely from the North Slope to delivery down in Valdez, going to other parts of the country for refining. That oil pipeline was completed in 1974 and has been producing for America ever since. But right now, it's about 1/4 full. That pipeline starts in, again, one of the most geologically prospective regions on the earth. But what's happening is you have had federal government controls that surrounds most of the lands there, and it has led to decreased opportunities to expand production up there, and a pipeline that, again, about 1/4 full. I mentioned the benefits of oil here. I talked about natural gas, but we also have known deposits of about 50 critical minerals, the building blocks of our modern society and our national security. We have just about everything that our nation needs to break its deep dependence on China, to be able to rebuild our supply chains. But if you can't access it, you can't produce it, and we can't benefit from it. When we try to build a road from the Dalton Highway to the Ambler Mining District, this is explicitly provided by a 1980 federal law. We did this as part of a grand compromise. The road corridor was in exchange for a creation of a massive national park and preserve. But we can get that project approved in one administration, only to have the next one come in, reopen it, ignore the law, and then make a political decision to reject it. And then, here in Congress, we run into a partisan wall with some less interested in the rule of law than the whims of the very same environmental groups that pushed this resolution. And then meanwhile, what's happening when we're not able to produce in our own home states? Meanwhile, China's cutting us off from its mineral exports, including the gallium and the germanium that we could produce from the Ambler District if only the federal government would uphold its promise to allow Alaskans to responsibly access it. So yeah, when I look at my home state, when I look at Alaska, I do see an energy emergency. I see several, actually. And I see even more reasons to be concerned nationally. As the chairman of the Energy Committee just noted, electricity demand is growing, and yet we can't permit new power plants or build transmission lines. We can't build pipelines in the Northeast or almost anything, particularly mines, on federal lands in the West. And, you know, I guess I'm listening to some of the arguments that are being presented here, and maybe I'd feel differently if my home state was producing more than 2 million barrels of oil per day, as some are. But we're not. And it's not because we can't, it's because we've been denied the opportunity to do so. And that's why I'm very thankful for President Trump and the administration for the focus that they have given to the state of Alaska with a specific executive order to allow us to unleash Alaska's energy and resource potential. I have shared with the Secretary of Interior, as well as the Secretary of Energy, that we need to stop treating energy like it's some kind of an evil or a bad thing. We need to recognize that it is good. When I was chairman of the Energy Committee, we had a little bumper sticker, and I summed up my whole policy with energy is good. I haven't deviated from that policy. Energy makes us stronger, makes us less vulnerable, and it is an asset, not a liability, like we have seen it treated as such. We need to be unleashing our resources, including all of our renewables, because that's all part of the energy basket as well. So it's not an either or, in my view. It's all of the above. And that's good for our economy, it's good for our security, it's good for our geopolitical power. America's resource production is good for the global environment because when we're producing our resources, we stop paying countries that have little to no environmental standards, no interest in reducing their emissions, and who often rely on child or slave labor, and who frankly don't even like us. So why not seize the opportunities that we have here, benefit our own people, our own economies, and again, benefit the global environment as well. So if an energy emergency helps us figure this all out, then I'm good with that. And if it helps us take the federal sanctions that we have seen placed on Alaska and return my state to the heart of our national strategy for resource production, then that is also good. I think we'll all be better off. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today in support of Senate Joint Resolution 10, which would terminate the misguided national energy emergency that President Trump signed on his first day in office. It has been 37 days since President Trump declared, for the first time in this nation's history, a national energy emergency. This is an attempt to throw red meat to the base of the Republican Party and to seem like Donald Trump is the oil and gas president. But there's no evidence to support that. In fact, the evidence we have points in exactly the opposite direction. This emergency was declared despite the fact that the United States is producing more oil than any other country ever in this nation's history. And we've been doing that for the past 7 years. The emergency was declared despite the fact that the United States is in the midst of a clean energy boom and a manufacturing renaissance. We generated 17% more electricity in 2023 than the high point of the first Trump administration. Clean energy jobs are growing at twice the rate of the economy overall.